Alright, the ads are finished. Good morning, everyone. Okay, let us do more exploration stuff. Oh? Astropathic Choir received a message from Dargonis. The noble houses expressed their gratitude for the restoration of trade routes between the remaining of Von Valencia's planets and expressed their deepest condolences for the loss of the world that did not survive these dark times. In addition, Governor Drivestem has sent a private message to your lordship. Okay, we get an audience to address it. Lord Captain, permission to report. Your wise Lex mechanics have analyzed the state of the Protectorate. They believe that thanks to your decisive actions, the acute phase of the crisis has passed. The domain of the Von Valencius dynasty is no longer facing dissolution and ruin. In honor of such a resounding triumph, Dargonis, as the capital world of your dynasty's domain, is currently making preparations for the Magna Accessio, a grand ceremony of your public induction as the heir of the Honorable Theodore von Valencius. Why would I need some ceremony? It is an ancient tradition of the von Valencius dynasty. When the heir accedes to rogue trader status, they take a sacred oath of fealty to the Emperor and announce themselves as his steward on the dynasty's vassal worlds. It is an act of faith that is meant to remind the rogue trader of their mission. You want your private messages to be carried by cyber ravens? That'd be neat. In the eyes of your subjects, you already are a rogue trader. It is now time to become one in the eyes of the Emperor. What is this ceremony? I swear an oath, then shake a lot of sweaty hands? The grill of the Vox built into Vigdis's face lets out a short rattle, that indicates a chuckle. That much is certain, but that's not all there is to it. There will be a reception, as well as other noble guests. The distinguished rogue traders Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Corda will be in attendance. It will be a great honor for Dargonis to host 3 illustrious dynasties at once. How's it going, Cleve Wizard? Hope all's well. 15 stream streak. Heck yeah. Your servants wish to know your opinion on 2 matters related to the ceremony arrangements. The first of which, what festive activity are to take place in the capital on this glorious day? I will go. I wish to hear prayers and witness the people's faith. It will be done. The Emperor protects House von Valencius. How's it going, Hans? Hope all's well. Second matter on your servants' minds is which 2 of your closest companions will be given the honor of standing by your side during the ceremony? There are actual consequences to this, or benefits. So let me look at the list here real quick. Jai, definitely. And then maybe Pascal. Which one companion do you want? Because Eogunn? You know? Fair. I will go Jai, because it's 3,000 Caspelica reputation per colony, up to 15,000, which is an insane amount. And then I will go with Eogunn, because, why not? Jai has earned this right. Holy shit, it happens now. Sweet. The more enterprising of your subjects will take note of that you value a person's abilities over their lineage. Eogunn. Okay, his rewards are actually just ass. The endorsement of the Cult Mechanicus will be an unbreakable bulwark for the dynasty, greatly increasing its prosperity. I will see to it that your instructions are delivered to Dargonis. Master of Ceremonies at the Palace will report to you when the capital is ready to praise your name. Pascal's voice, pouring out of his Vox system, crackles like thin ice under pressure. It's unclear whether this is nothing more than static or an expression of some emotion, understandable only to the Tech Priest himself. You know, fair. Zen, following the Omnissiah's guidance, I request permission to execute the report protocol that entails describing optimalities within recent operations of the ship's systems and subsequently proposing the appropriate course of action. I'm listening. Initiating exposition with the Omnissiah's blessing, I conducted several sessions of tech mediation in an effort to transpose the available data streams into a matrix of patterns. The data subjected to this analysis comprised evidence of deviations in the operation of the ship's systems and servitors, as well as irregularities in the algorithms of the ship's logs. I have a sneeze coming. Ow. I've arrived at the following conclusion. This vessel's machine spirit is most extraordinary. A full cycle of sacred diagnostics must be performed, followed by a complementa ritual. This ritual will force the spirit responsible for these recent events to reveal itself. Once it does, we will be able to understand its nature and take appropriate action applicable to said nature. Uh, Sorry, did that come through the mic? I hope it didn't. I was blowing my nose. I thought I'd muted it. Uh... Okay. What kind of action? No, it didn't? Okay, cool. OBS was showing that my last message had been kind of loud, so I wasn't sure. Or my last enunciation. Pascal pauses. Applicable to the entity that appears before us. If it is a machine spirit of great might, we might appease it and humbly ask about the reasons behind the portents it has shown us. If it is the abomination of tech heresy, the complementary ritual will help us purge the ship of its unhallowed presence. Is my presence necessary? Affirmative. For the complementary ritual to take place, activation via the blood of the dynasty is required. All the ship's high protocols have activated with the Key of Blood. Let's proceed with your ritual. My tech comrades have spent the assigned number of cycles in prayer and vigil. Everything is prepared for the complemental ritual of cleansing. Its commencement will require authorization key in the form of blood of Eogunn Valencius. If you're ready, place your hand in the cyber gargoyle's mouth. Very nice. The familiar cold metal burns your palm. This time, however, the servitor's jaws, instead of brutally clamping down on your hand, merely squeeze it slightly. You feel a thin rivulet of hot blood beginning where the metal fangs pierce your skin. Nominate Heinrichs. I don't want his heretic blood on my ship. Screeches and growls slowly rise from the bowels of the massive cogitator as if a great beast is stirring awake. The vid screens in front of you flicker restlessly. Activating purgation protocols. Suddenly, the viscous silence of the bridge rushes toward you and wraps you in a tight cocoon. What's going on? The complementary ritual is proceeding as intended. Pascal's voice cuts off abruptly. He brings a hand to his Vox communicator in surprise. Nomos, hello. Nama OS. Hello to you too. Glad to be speaking. Nomos are here. Nomos have long been here. Why are we here? What are you? Nomos. We are Nomos. Pascal uses his hands and mechadendrites to gesture at his silent Vox system. But what is Nomos? No data available. No answer. We want to know too. Are you a machine spirit? Nomos do not know. Nomos do not know themselves. Did you silence Pascal? Nomos wanted no disturbance, only quiet. Good morning, Nix. Hope all is well. Get this abominable intelligence away from the ship. Can you render other people silent too? Sometimes, some people. Nomos can do many things. We do not know, or we do not always know what or how. We did not know we could make it silence until now. Make it stop now. Pascal's Vox caster comes alive with an exclamation. Extraordinary. The tech priest pauses upon realizing that he can speak aloud again. Then he continues in a strangely quivering voice. Extraordinary transmission jamming. Unknown protocols. What has been revealed to me? Is it, the Omniscience glory or foul tech heresy? I would like to. What do you want from us, Nomos? Are you friend or foe? The vid screens blink in thought, signifying a pause in the conversation. And one of them displays, Nomos von Valencius, we are your blood. Nomos are a sentinel. We awoke when the strange light invaded the ship. We protected you when you needed help. We escorted you when you were surrounded by danger. Nomos our movement. We carry you through the frightening, the waiting, the measureless. We helped when our ailing heart was refusing to awaken. You called us a hallowed spirit and asked us to guard you against your doom. Warp engine activation against all probability during our escape from the Rykad system. The Category 3 miracle manifested by the ship's machine spirit. And the part about protecting, was it during the cultist attack? We did everything to please you. Why? The silence on the bridge grows especially deep, almost painful. The haze of light around you thickens to the point of becoming practically tangible. Numbers ripple across the vid screens at once. Why do you fear us now? I do not fear you. I'm trying to understand you. Shivers run up your hand, which is still trapped inside the cyber gargoyle's jaws. The servitor nods its head a few times as if it is shaking your hand. Its teeth rattle your already wounded flesh. Nomos are glad. Nomos enjoy understanding too. Zen, entities such as this one ought to be addressed using the language of sacred rituals and offerings. Your unskillful meddling bodes ill. A decision is required of you. Either the complementar ritual is finished, or it is replaced by a rite of tech communion. In the first scenario, the entity Nomos will be banished in the sacred data halls, where the entity dwelt will be reset. In the second scenario, we will appease the entity and learn more about it. No, Nomos do not want to be banished. Nomos want to help. You are to investigate the nature of this entity. Until we know the truth, Nomos is allowed to exist on the ship. Nomos want to learn what we are too. We will add things to your log. Things that might help us. Help you. Pascal lets out something resembling a long breath. The decision is made. I will begin my preparations for the communion rite at once. Many cycles of interaction with the entity Nomos await me, but I welcome this task and accept it from the Omnissiah. Nomos are glad. Then Avatar, will you speak with us too? We want you to speak with us too. The Lord Captain's body lacks the sacred implants necessary for tech communing with the Machine Spirit's code, but if such is your wish, Zen can converse with you using lowly sound speech, as he's doing that right now. I will speak with you, Nomos. Nomos are glad. We have been lonely. Our work here is done. I will let my tech comrades know that we are stopping the complementar ritual. Thank you for appearing before us, Entity Nomos. Quick, shoot the console. Nah. Alright. About the research notes, tech blight that we obtained on the cache in Kiavagama. It is related to Nomos, although we do not understand how. What have you been doing, Nomos? We have been studying and observing, and helping the ship when we can. So many mechanisms. They would have suffered without our input. You wish you could avoid lowly sound speech? I don't know about that. Heinrichs, where are you?
To what do I owe this visit?
Okay, you have nothing to talk about there.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
This item belonged to the heretic known as Hanuman. Pascal's mechadendrite carefully takes the augmetic. He quickly connects it to the data slate, recites a data protection hymn, and delves into the study of the apostate's memory. A mournful silence hangs in the air. Have you found out anything?
The success has been partial. Dement's Haneman's identity has been confirmed. The widespread influence of paranoid motivations is observable in his cognitive processes, which is what seems to have caused him to break his vows. However, extensive regions of his memory have been damaged by forbidden technologies and are, for now, defying decryption. My study of the minds of the tech comrades, Abel, Tarsus, and Demence, has revealed an anomalous similarity between the patterns of damage their memories sustained. What I attributed to cognitive idiosyncrasies, synaptic damage, and the distortive action of scrap code may be the result of a different kind of influence. The undecryptable data fragments in their memory arrays are mysteriously symmetrical.
What corrupted Dements?
An echo of the warp. Energies of the immaterium that had seeped into real space and taken the shape of a Vox signal. I have found recorded cases of similarly induced corruption in the archive. Listening to the void is a perilous occupation.
Any information on Archmagos Amernot?
The data discovered is unreadable. It is encrypted, albeit only partially, and I hypothesize that the heretic Demence was attempting to decrypt it. I
Don't
will
we all?
take every effort to extract a larger volume of data. Information pointing to the unit referred to as the Maimed Hunter is alleged to be of critical significance.
Has it ever occurred to you that all these events might be part of Amernot's plan?
That is a valid hypothesis, but not a very likely one. Its truth value is irrelevant, as it does not contradict the necessity of establishing the fate of Archmagus Amernat.
You fear knowledge even as you extol it?
Whether knowledge can be profane is the grand question. Lay people find comfort in the delusion that knowledge is merely information. That in and
True.
of itself, it is harmless, and only turns dangerous when it falls into the hands of the wicked. But that is not what I have seen. I have seen knowledge gnaw away at the minds of those who let it inside them, yet I seek it regardless. Why? Perhaps because there really is no apostasy in knowledge. It is dangerous, yes, but not forbidden. For it was created by the Omnissiah.
Let's see. I believe that any and all knowledge can be tamed for the glory of humanity. Sure, why not that one? This is straight up heretical, but, you know.
This is true. We explorators are the sappers who walk the uncharted terrain of knowledge, transforming it into habitable space until we reach a point beyond which we must not proceed. Our remains will be assigned to those that follow in our footsteps. Go no further. Their duty now is to develop in the space we have claimed while looking for ways to make further breakthroughs. Failure must never stop us, for failure is an acceptable outcome.
The tech priest lowers his head pensively, the mechadendrites slow down smoothly, and the steely overtones disappear from Pascal's voice. Continue your research.
Response: affirmative. The decryption will
Alright. Fine, everyone who lives long enough becomes heretic. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, what do we have here? Seven promethium. I do not need it. The Sentinel's Pride hives uh, are oozing noxious haze veined with sulfurous streaks. The promethium fumes from the gigantic distilling cauldrons located beyond the temperature shields. Vast endless deadlands littered with spots of promethium stations and refineries separate the colossi of Rockcrete and adamantine with its crown of gargantuan spires. The heat of this system's star has turned this world into a boiling but lucrative gland within the body of House Corda Protectorate. Although I became heretic at first chance presented in prologue. It's hard to tell what's more impressive, the grotesque grandeur of this place or its extreme toxicity. The Lassacrox or whatever is really, really nice. We will head back this way. Kiavagama. Tech priests have made a sinister discovery on Kiavagama, a blasphemous machine built at the behest of the wicked Cubist Delphim. This mechanism is capable of picking up the whispers of the warp. It also occasionally transmits a discordant binaric melody to nowhere in particular, but no encrypted data or other threats have been detected. It seems to be a functional side effect of sorts. Of course, the idea of using a machine instead of astropaths to connect the voices of the warp may seem tempting, but this machine is teeming with corruption. Its foul tanks are satiated with liquefied souls of your subjects. It has enough for now, but someday it will need to be refilled. All allies gain 7 awareness. What does my retinue think of this? Hyper Heresy? Yeah. I'm actually going to read through all of this because I haven't done these before on Kiavagama. How could Delphim construct such a powerful and monstrous machine? By defying the dictums of the Omnisci and venturing into the perilous field of experimenting with warp technology. It is dangerous knowledge, but the ancient, incredibly complex Vox core of the mechanism is much older than Delphim was. He probably found it here and made use of it to his own ends. What are the risks of using this machine? Typical of contact with the Immaterium, it intercepts information from the warp, which puts the minds and souls of the staff serving the machine in jeopardy. The warp is treacherous. What does my retinue think about this? On behalf of the Inquisition, I hereby declare a ban on any contact with this device. It must be removed and given to our acolytes. Normally, that would be all, but I will explain further. Out of respect for you, the Inquisition can reap benefits from this heretical machine. Our trained acolytes are able to carry a vigil near it, carefully listening to the dark whispers of the spirits of the Immaterium without succumbing to their corruption. We could discover their plans and warn the rogue trader whenever any threat would loom over his domain. The demons wanted us to hear their vile speeches. Let them hear our righteous cry. Then, let me summon the most zealous preachers who would dedicate their lives and zeal to reading a litany of fury and rage to this machine. Let the inhabitants of the warp hear our voice and fear us. This blasphemous creation must be anathemized and deconstructed. In the name of total knowledge acquisition, the principles of its operation must be inspected beforehand in great secrecy, requesting the right to investigate the heretical device before disposing of it. Okay, 7 awareness on everybody. Drusian's favor and Emperor's voice. 7 persuasion. I think I'm going to go with this one, because I get both favor, a skill, and a stat for the planet. Yeah, Argenta's plan is really fun. And so be it, Argenta. Shake the warp with a wrathful sermon in honor of the Emperor. Like the old man yelling at a cloud, essentially. May the wicked cower in fear. The invited preachers, strict and stern, started to take shifts, reciting a formidable litany about the inevitable victory of the Emperor into the Voxcaster. Their angry words flew straight into the Immaterium, reverberated in the ears of the spirits that inhabited it. Unable to hide from this righteous diatribe, whenever one of the preachers perished, another would take their place, and there was no shortage of volunteers. Okay, there is no reason not to do this. Okay. Then I'm going to head down here to these. Trust in the Navigator's judgment and approach the Warp Storm. It really loves giving me this specific, Oh, I still have Heinrichs. Whoops. Whatever.
A valid argument. Princess, I'm alive. Executing command.
Alright. Extra damage. Let us
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact.
give me this here. Perfect spot. Pull the bold.
Not a problem for me.
Analyze enemies.
All too easy.
Surefire plan.
Already done. Nowhere to hide.
I will bounty
Suits
this
my
one.
purposes. Stand a chance?
And then I will bounty this
Not
one.
a problem for me.
And then surefire plan.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purpose. Already done. Value has been lost.
We reload. Bounty this one.
Not my specialty.
No line of sight. Okay. I'll do it on this one then.
All too easy. Can't learn. Not a problem for me. Stand a chance.
Okay. Nice. I will surefire plan here and see if I can't get the kill.
Suits. Value has been lost.
No dice. This is fine. Over here, we give me another turn.
Trusting me was your biggest mistake.
We reload. And then pull the bold.
Nothing I can't do. Nowhere to hide.
Okay, that one's stunned. I am okay not attacking it now. Yeah, there's a very slim chance we actually get the kill here.
You didn't stand a chance.
Argenta. Here, Furious Recital. Come on over here.
Guided by faith. doubt is
Rapid
for the
fire.
weak. Faith
Run and
without
gun.
deeds is worthless. As the Emperor
Rebel and
commands,
slaughter.
I act.
And then I will just firearm mastery.
And thy light I crave. I'll do it. I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby.
Easy
A
fight.
child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were...
Chart new routes. Mag trains. Let's see. This gives... There is no reason not to do it. I have so much profit factor. Holy cow. Five Promethium. Let's see. Okay, nothing there of note. Lord Captain and his crew have lost track. How much time? Heed my inner voice. This is Adira's inner voice. Do we heed Adira's inner voice? That sounds sketch. We did it anyway. Viabos needs me. Yavagama, why do you have a -1? Oh, right. Okay, I know why. Compassion for the Silent. 20 Hull Integrity. And 10 Iconoclast. They really do. Alright, let's take care of this ship combat here real quick. Oh, wait. Rogue Trader's Void Ship is facing several Eldari scout ships. The Xenos are in no hurry to attack, and time seems to have slowed down. One wrong move, and carnage will ensue. Ask Iliot to help with the negotiations. Iliot's speech is met with a torrent of Eldari abuse that is too much for even the Rogue Trader's elucidator. The Xenos accuse her of betraying her kind by conspiring with the monkey, and then ceremoniously cut the connection. Yet their ships are no longer blocking the way. This is the Forge World, Euphrates II. It belongs to the explorers of the Cognizance Fleet. They colonized it centuries ago. Unfortunately, we do not possess the privilege of landing here. Why can I not go down to the surface of this planet? The world is declared off limits to the laity due to the sacred rites of the Adeptus Mechanicus being performed on its surface. I'm afraid the restriction applies even to your lordship. What kind of secrets are they hiding? Rumors say servants of the Omnissiah are calculating the formula of ultimate destruction in the secluded tech crypts of this world, seeking to confine it to a rigid system of previously unseen weapon primers. Others whisper that the local denizens have dedicated their lives to the restoration of a ruined divine weapon from the dark age of technology, whose power and technological perfection are so holy that a mere glance from a layman would be an affront to the Omnissiah. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, if I could reload, I would. Probably. But, you know, grim darkness. No biggie. We know for next time. You know, supposing I remember. Who do these explorators think they are? Bigness, send them a note of, expressing my indignation. Unfortunately, the Treaty of Mars gives them the right to restrict access to their domain. Should someone attempt to violate their sanctuary, the tech priests are authorized to open fire, and the firepower of their ground batteries is capable of destroying an entire squadron. Initiating a confrontation is not advisable. Aww. Let us not disturb the tech priests. Get ready to depart. Alright, nothing interesting here. Off to, I think it was Foulstone that needed me? No, Viabo 6. Ugh.
I will heed your cries of mercy.
Okay. Vesper. Jai, Coppertongue, Argenta. I keep forgetting to get rid of Heinrichs. This is fine, though.
Executing command. Astute observation.
And then... let's see, I will perfect spot, pull the bold, throw extra exploits on this. Surefire plan. Then we fire upon it.
Nothing I can't do. Leaving me was your biggest mistake.
Okay. Then I can fire up here.
Suits my purposes. With all my might, filth.
And then I will kill those two. Well, I guess one. Thanks, game. Over here, we give me another turn.
I am a conduit of the machine god's will.
I will fire on this.
Nothing I can't. I don't have time for this. Not a problem.
Reload.
For me.
Pull. Extra exploits.
Nothing I can't
Surefire
do.
plan.
Already done. Leaving me was your biggest mistake. all too easy. Nothing of value has been lost. Not a problem for me. You didn't stand a chance. Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been lost.
We reload. Yeah, yeah. I feel ya on that.
Already done.
Eogunn. You can come here. Fire on him.
A perilous but necessary excursion. A valiant
Argenta. You get to come over here. Furious Recital.
In righteous fury. I refuse.
Rapid fire.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Well, that was free.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Combats are getting faster. Just in the Navigator's talent. Gained 2 Navigator insight. Why do I not have a path to Viabos from the capital? I guess because it's only 2 jumps. Screw that, though. Alright. Over here, we get this. Then we can do giants. Okay. Over here. Security +1. Security +2. Efficiency -1. Complacency +1. We go security +1. I lose 2 people. That's fine. Maybe it's not. I'm actually starting to run low on them. I didn't think I would, but I appear to be. Is there any way for me to get people here? Yes, I can trade 4 adamantine. I think I'm okay with that. All these pop-ups on my flight. It is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will return after my stretch break. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us continue our journey through the Expanse. Okay, so we have stuff over here. Find the Eldari cache. Okay, there's a cache over there that I need to get. Order to have the tentacle surgically removed. 18 damage. Okay. Don't choose that one again. Scorpion chainsaw. Cold blood. Cloak of shadows. Okay, all of those are really cool. Don't know who I'd have using this, if anybody. But I'll take them. And Irliet, you get the Cloak of Shadows. And you can have Cold Blood. Maybe. Ooh, Hunter Father's armor is really hard to pass up, though. I'm gonna keep the one that we have for the extra attack. Yeah. I mean, extra attack is extra attack. Alright. I've not been to the Imperium. That's fine. Over here, the motive force is life. This gives us explorers. Plasteel, phlogiston. Yep, this is all fine. And then there was somebody that wanted giants to be done. Oh, he needed security greater than 4 for this one. We can do this now. Was it you that needed? Yes. May as well. Yes, Pelican auction. Sure. Cool. Hmm. I guess I'm doing this. Narrow hallway fight again?
and bow before me.
Okay. I really wish these were not, like, opaque or, you know, click-throughable. Die. Back here. I will be here. Heinrichs, I keep forgetting to get rid of you. Argenta, you can be on this side.
Lucius, I'm relying on you.
Bloodletters don't feel so scary at this point. The game should give you a mob of 15 turrets. Please no. They're my mortal enemy.
Executing command. The machine spirits approve.
As a heavy bolter main, you also do not like turrets? Yeah, they just tend to kill me before I get to scale. Because turrets are not actually that terrifying to me if I have them, like, even the slightest opportunity to scale. But, they generally don't let me.
Purposes. Not a problem for me. Nothing I can't do.
Surefire plan.
Suits my purpose. Trusting me was your biggest mistake.
Okay. I will finish off the ones here.
Already done. Shall survive. Nothing I can't do.
Place a bounty there. And I'll place a bounty here.
Suits my purposes. No one before my might.
Hacking miss. Alright, that's fine. Precise attack.
Problem for me. Already done. Suits my purposes.
Give me another turn.
This is an incontrovertible fact.
Nothing I can't do.
Trying to see if I can get a bead on all four. I cannot. This is fine.
Let's see how they respond to this. They don't stand a chance.
Why am I not able?
Absolutely not.
Oh, it's already under the effect. Okay, that's why. Pull.
Suits my
Perfect
purposes.
spot.
Already
Surefire
done.
plan.
All too easy. Value has been lost. Nothing I
Precise
can't do.
attack. There we go. And I cannot fire on that one, that's fine. Oh, there are 3 left. Okay.
Nuncius, move. Your existence was a statistical error.
Cannot reach. Wait. Can I? Kind of.
Executing.
Easy.
They discern the future on the battlefield.
Please be funny.
Will do. What an unfortunate
He didn't
turn of
explode.
fate. Did I mention that my whispers tell me jokes? Jokes that once said aloud make your eyes bleed and blood curdle.
Victory awaits.
Talk about black comedy.
Black doll. Alright, and I will head up here to this area now. Faith and prayer. And over here. Foul stone. Okay, this is also fine. Then we come over here. Flawless servitors. We can do a decree on diligence. Yeah, let's do that. We will visit this. What is this? Focal emitter, MK soldier. Interesting. Seems nice. Perform a detailed scan. The augurs have detected an unusual anomaly, a planet surrounded by a huge asteroid belt. Seasoned voidfarers say that it was most likely torn apart by tidal forces, and they suggest exploring the rings to obtain useful resources. The planet around which the asteroids are orbiting is incredibly radioactive. The closer the shuttles get to it, the more they will be irradiated. The only safe option is to gather anything useful that is far enough away from the exposed core of the ruptured planetary body. Send a scouting party to investigate the rings. 10 phlogiston. A short time later, scouts report a cavern-filled asteroid with great vein of valuable metal inside. It will be hauled to the flagship immediately. The tech priests serving on the shuttles do not recommend drawing any closer to the core. The death of pilots from radiation will inevitably lead to the irretrievable loss of sacred machines. Alright. Send scouts. Sorry about that, my dad was talking at me. Following your orders, the scouting teams move steadily closer to the planet. The reports become shorter and tenser. Radiation counters inside the shuttles are off the scale. One of the ships transmits an unusual signal to the control room. The pilot saw what appears to be an abandoned Imperial shuttle among the void debris. However, you cannot get close to it. The radiation's too strong. Demand they move closer. One by one, the scouting team send their shuttles even closer to the planet core. Minutes later, contact ends with all of them. The scouting shuttles continue to orbit the murderous planet forever. Huge rings of varying hues drift slowly past the Lancet windows of the captain's bridge. Well, I tried. Did I already check these? Yes. Already explored, already explored. Let's do the space battle.
The skeins of fate can lead us to victory.
Holy shit, there's a lot of them. Guys, I might have just thrown the run.
Unleash our vengeful salvo! This one's going down.
Gotcha.
Set the course. Onward!
Alright. I will do a jump. Slow and turns like an actual boat. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a non-issue then. And I will get my backside here for the time being. Is it just rams into the Heartless? Okay. They have no accuracy, apparently. The rams are doing some damage, though. Alright. Which one is mine? Mine's up here.
Annihilate them! Unleash our vengeful salvo!
Then I will come over here. We destroy that one. Which actually destroyed the one next to it as well. Alright. Partly tempted to switch this to my right side. Yeah, I'm going to. That'll be fine. If we move up here, we can do extra damage to this one, I think. Incoming damage plus 25%. Or I could just come down here and probably take one of these out. Or do significant damage to it at least. Yep. Poor Heartless, yo. Okay, this is fine. I will turn this way, I guess. And I will use this on the left. Seriously? Going to shallow jump. Okay, no dice there. This way? Those are just exploding. Heartless, please. Why do this to yourself? Alright, I'm taking a little bit of damage here. I see. Tell me this actually connects. Thank you. And now I can start doing this. Ah, it's too large. Forgot about that.
Annihilate them! Unleash! Lay in the course.
Okay.
Torpedoes!
We throw this here. I shallow jump. Large and in charge. Something like that. We redo our shields. I don't think there's any way it can turn to hit me here, so I won't use any of these. That'll be fine. What are these doing to my ability to steer? Okay, then we come over here.
Unleash our vengeful salvo. Torpedoes locked. Unleash our vengeful salvo.
Okay, then I will come down here. And I will warp even further away. Yeah, a little bit. It is still kind of scary, but not nearly as scary.
Torpedoes locked. Unleash our vengeful salvo.
That's kind of funny. Into the void you go, because you're not getting to do much else here. It is just going to be getting torpedoed to death. As I continue running away.
Set the course.
This one just gets yoinked into a void anyway. One mosquito hit at a time. Pretty much.
Lay in the course.
Gonna make more warp things? Yep. Easy.
To Lady Theodora's legacy.
We get to upgrade. Allows the void ship to control +1 extra wing of each attack craft type. Ooh, I like that. And I'll take Steady Hand. That was definitely something. Alright, sorry about that. Let me see here. We will head up here. We get another one of these. Oh, it's this one. Neat. I haven't had this one in a while.
It's about time. Feel my wrath!
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
And I still have Heinrichs. Son of a... How am I this bad at the game? Good enough.
Nuncius, I'm relying on you. Executing command. Astute observation. A valid argument.
Okay, those are twos. What do we have here? Alright. Perfect spot. We get that one taken care of.
Cursing me was your...
High momentum.
That's fine. We throw extra exploits on that Plague Bearer.
all too easy.
Going to precise attack here. Also throw a bounty on the Plague Bearer. And then we give myself a turn. Pull. And further exploits. But why can I not target you all of a sudden? If I come here, I can. Perfect spot.
Suits my purpose.
420, nice.
Not a problem. Then your value has been lost. Not my specialty.
And I have no vision on anybody else. That's fine. Eogunn. Come on over here. Fire on him.
Will not waver.
Apparently miss. Didn't matter though. Argenta. Furious Recital first.
I act.
Then come over here.
Faith
Rapid fire.
is worthless. I'll do it.
Reckless Rush. Okay. You can't get far enough back to, well, she can fire on one, but that's not enough to really warrant it.
Too bad I never unpaid.
Never waver
Okay.
in the face of adversity.
Easy fight.
We must act.
Argenta, that didn't reduce your strength or anything, right? Okay.
A new
Had to make
challenge
sure.
for me?
Wouldn't be the first time she's ended up with not enough strength to carry her weapons. Happened to you on the Heartless ship? Oh god, that sounds so awful. You let the skull blow up? Ah, that's on you. Why are you trusting a pirate? Oh, it let you keep the bolter on until after the boss fight? Oh, well that's not that bad then. That did make me double check that after I left the zone. Nah, I feel ya. Augurs detect a faint emergency signal. The source was traced to a crashed Valkyrie. Vox systems are still transmitting the message, transferring the signal now. A stream of hissing crackles out of the Vox caster. From time to time, an exhausted male voice breaks through the interference, reciting a series of codes. These codes seem familiar. I think I recall what they signify. Although the codes being transmitted are centuries out of date, You are able to make sense of them, and Astra Militarum Regiment is requesting assistance and reporting that retreat from their present position is impossible. By amplifying the signal. A prayer for the dying machine spirits grants them the fortitude for one final act, and the voice becomes clear. Marav, Penal Legion, the one who requisitioned us, Siberian von Valencius, is dead. We have no means of calm, not found in orbit. We have been abandoned. God Emperor, have mercy, claim us before the warp finishes us off. The mayor of Penal Legion, desperate thugs rounded up from the prisons of the hive worlds of Merav and Calixis, and commanded by brutal officer wardens. You've heard tales of these regiments. Oh, nice. They were requisitioned by Siberian, a crucial detail. It is another trace of your ancestor. Dispatch a squad to the shuttle. The reconnaissance squad soon reports that they have located the crashed shuttle with a barely recognizable Astra Militarum insignia on the hull. After breaching the hull with las cutters, the reconnaissance force discovers the skeleton of the lone pilot. Judging by his injuries, he died long before the crash. The extracted Vox recording is delivered aboard your flagship, where your servants managed to restore it. In it, Private Rubin reports that the 32nd Regiment of the Marav Penal Legion, acquisitioned by Siberian, was left without a ship and supplies on GH 89717 after the rogue trader's death. The message ends with the phrase, "Atonement for the One." Baffled by the presence of an Astra Militarum Penal Legionnaire on an ancient shuttle, your squad returns to the flagship. One thing is clear, however, the world where Siberian drew his final breath is close at hand. Have fun? I'm hoping. Seven plasteel. Am I actually low on plasteel? Hold up. Didn't expect that. I gotta check over here first. And I will be back here momentarily. Ads are approaching, so I don't want to do anything that might be super time intensive until after the ads, if people are wondering. Chart new routes. Where is the ship? Up here. Okay. Five provisions. I have so many provisions. Alright, I'm gonna play the ads a couple minutes early. It's like 4 minutes early. Just to ensure that they don't play in the middle of something important. They will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all after the ads. Ads are finished. Let us continue. The planet is riddled with huge tunnels, resembles an anthill of gigantic proportions. Even looking down on the eerie landscape chills the blood. Chipped augers do not detect any signs of life on the surface. Scan the planet. The entire surface of the planet is lifeless gray rock, but the atmosphere is breathable without a void suit. In some deep tunnels, strangely shaped chalky sediments have been found. Then an expedition. The scouts wander through the huge empty tunnels for a long time, sending in frequent and mostly uneventful reports back to the bridge until communication with one of the first groups is cut off. The box simply can no longer pick up the right frequency. Send a new team to the missing group's location. Dispatch an armed squad to the missing group's location. The armed soldiers nearly shoot the missing team members who come out to meet them. They also report that inside these tunnels are the remains of a camp, apparently belonging to an Imperial expedition. For several kilometers ahead, the tunnels are filled with time-worn fortifications and ancient weapons and equipment as fragile as glass. The scouts are surprised to find several hastily assembled stone barrows. The people who spent time in these tunnels have probably already found everything they wanted, buried their dead, and left the planet. What do we get here? This is for the Manipulus. User gains 1 stack of anti-grav charge for each cell they move. Eh. If we compare that with... Oh, I got a level up. Okay, he doesn't actually have anything there yet. May as well. Yeah, screw it. Why not? Oh, did I never actually install the optical insertion in Abelard? I thought I did. But apparently not. You actually have to hit an install button. I see, I see. This explains a lot. There we go. I got my level up, so let's take it here. What am I grabbing here? Joint analysis? No. Intimidation? I mean, I guess... If I have to choose one, it's Intimidation. Lore Xenos. Over here, we get... Metabolic Overcharge. Use her as a melee bomb. Oh boy, that is a decision. Target ally immediately gains an extra turn with twice the number of their normal MP and Psyker rating AP, but their body is subjected to severe stress. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Every action also triggers the damage. I'm okay with this. You are my lore warp person here, but you're also my awareness person here, so awareness first. Eogunn. We don't need the repair mechadendrite. We could use move, move, move. Get back in the fight is okay-ish. We already have that on Jai, however. Let's go move, move, move. And then we go tech use. Jai. You can get take aim. Yeah, no, it's not the worst idea I've heard. It's just I'd lose my buffer doing that, or one of my 2 buffers doing that, which doesn't sound the greatest. Or Xenos, Painrex. You, I'm just following a build for. Because I don't actually intend to use you much. Shield of the Emperor. And then more athletics. Argenta. I can give you dash now. Or do I give you something else? What does controlled shot do? Alright, that's not terrible. Immediately spends all their action points and MP and gains 30% bonus to cover efficiency. Next time the soldier uses run-in gun, they gain back all spent AP and MP, plus 1 additional AP. Also resets the cooldown of all other soldiers' abilities, except for run-in gun. Okay, that could be okay. And then we go more demolition. Abelard. Weapon skill. And... What do we want here? Enemies gain no melee superiority bonus against this character? I'll go with that. That way, if he waltzes into a bunch of enemies, it's not that big a deal. No heresy. Yeah, that's also pretty decent. I'm gonna go the Combat Master for now, however. Oh, he has 2 level ups. Let's get Reckless Strike. And Athletics. Over here, we get willpower and lore warp. Then here we grab Air of Authority finally. And we'll get more lore warp. Kibbles. I am definitely following a guide for you, but I imagine weapon power. Yeah, weapon skill. And then Dance of Blood. Into Captive Audience and Medicae, sure. That skill. Ballistic skill. I'm actually going to give him Grenadier, because then I can give him the Calculated Resolve here. No, not that one. The Charge Distribution. Because he has extra augment slots, and he can do big grenades. So we're going to go Grenadier. And then here, Precise Attack, and Tech Use. Hacking more nades in your nades, yes. You get Ballistic Skill over here. What does this give? Tempted to just grab one of these. That excludes extra turns. I see why. When in doubt, Grenadier. And then Intimidation. And Lore Xenos. Solomorn. Ballistic Skill into just following a guide for him as well, because I'm not really using him, so I don't really care how he's built. And then dash into demolition. Cool. Augurs seem to have gone mad, Lord Captain. Every reading contradicts the next, and their data is in a disarray. Either this is some new anomaly, or someone really does not want to be found. This is how Asuryani cloaking systems work, Elentok. The ships of my people are unwilling to make contact with outside observers. I believe there are good reasons for this. I've seen such missives before. Typically, they were followed by frightened reports of Eldari attacks. Be cautious, Lord Captain. Xenos, Eldari in particular, like to hide their dark deeds behind such technology, Shireen. Why don't we take a peek at them? Do not approach the anomaly. I will leave them be. I know I could have gotten some XP and whatnot there. I don't care. I'm not in the killing mood. Trust the Navigator's judgment. And that gets us a fight. Heck. God, why is it always this one? Argenta, come on up here. Yadira, you come over here. And I still have Heinrichs. Frig. How am I so bad at this? Heinrichs is just gonna be with me all day today, isn't he? Not through my choice.
Lucius, I'm relying on you. A valid argument.
There we go. I will move myself so that I can get into a better position. Is there a better position? No matter where I stand, I do not have line of sight on that one there. Okay. That's fine. I guess I just chill back here then. You go to warp-infested corridor. Inquisitor is someone to bring along. Alright.
Executing command.
He's gonna be for another playthrough, though. I will give myself a full turn. Perfect spot. Hunt down prey. Hole.
Nothing I can't do.
Surefire plan.
Already done. Another clean strike.
Surefire plan again.
Not a problem for me.
We bounty this one. Okay. Reload.
Nothing I can't. Suits my purpose.
Bounty it.
Not a problem. Standard chance.
And then we claim the bounty here. After a surefire plan. Yeah, that works. Then we give me more turn. Okay. Fire there. Reload. Then I can come up here. How do I not have line of sight on them at all? No matter where I am. Alright. Fine. They can come to me.
My, it's time for them to run, my sweet. Am I getting paid for this? You've got a problem? I've got a prize.
Do.
Tell
Hey,
me,
game
and
one,
it is-
everybody.
Executing command.
Suits my purposes.
Pull.
Not a problem for me.
Go that.
Nothing I can't think of value has been lost.
They say a little bit of humility never hurts anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
Alright. Before I forget, I'm going to do it this way, because otherwise I will keep forgetting, apparently. We are going to go to the freight line. And I'm getting rid of Heinrichs for Abelard. There. Seems to be the only way I'll remember.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay, we're back over here. Now we get to do the DLC stuff. Lord Captain, we have compared our augur readings to that, to the data from the Dargonis Cogitator. This world is GH 89717, mentioned in the diary of Sabarian von Valencius. In the archives, this world is flagged as of no further value. What manner of classification is that? So long as a planet retains an atmosphere and at least a scrap of resources, such a write-off is a crime against the dynasty. Why, this is the very place that the unfortunate soul in the shuttle was trying to save. I fear that we will find nothing but a graveyard down on the surface. We have detected strange signals on the surface, your lordship, requesting permission to conduct a targeted augur scan. Vigdis, direct the augurs to the region where the signals were detected. Lord Captain, there are signs of human activity. The planet is inhabited. Large concentrations of people detected. Human-made structures, too, albeit crude ones. Curse in my words, your lordship. This world has just risen in value and gained some interesting prospects. Wherever they are, prepare the shuttle for landing. By the time you reach the hangar, the shuttle has already been properly readied. A young pilot offers you a respectful bow and makes the sign of the Aquila in greeting. You proceed into the stifling passenger compartment that smells of sacred unguents and leather. The flight down to the planet proceeds as normal. This changes when the pilot announces atmospheric entry, beckoning your gaze toward the viewports. The shuttle glides through the colossal roots and vines which swath the planet in a vast, quivering mantle. God, that's loud. Spellbound, you watch the movement within the growths before the pilot reports losing Vox contact with the flagship, and then a heavy blow strikes the hull. Attempting an emergency landing, hold fast, your lordship. God Emperor, have mercy upon us. Your skull feels like it's about to split under the pressure. A heartbeat later, the agony ebbs, leaving behind only a haunting hum. It smothers your mind, stifling all reason and hindering your ability to think. Your gaze falls on the young pilot, who survived the crash and stumbled out of the wrecked shuttle after you. A wave of sickening fury suddenly swells within you. He's the one who lost control of the vessel. Hey, this is my kind of planet. By willpower alone, you pull yourself together. The fury fades, sinking into the depths of your mind, leaving a lingering terror, an urge to flee, and the knowledge that such escape is impossible. You're just finishing up? Nice. Did you have a chance to see what attacked us? The pilot speaks through clenched teeth, fighting the urge to shout. Movement on port side. That's the last thing I saw, Lord Captain. Something massive like a tree trunk. It was either thrown at the shuttle, or it attacked us itself, your lordship. An indigenous organism of such formidable size that it can assault an imperial machinery. This world promises to be a true treasure trove of discoveries. A fine observation, Nuncius. He turns toward a silent companion whose servo motors emit a phlegmatic buzz. Sorry, phlegmatic buzz. It could indeed be a specimen of either megafauna or megaflora. But the shuttle, can it be repaired? I'm afraid not, Lord Captain. The ship requires recovery and the application of Adeptus Mechanicus repair sacraments, and those can only be done aboard the flagship. We need an evacuation. Contact the flagship now. The rage on the pilot's face gives way to a look of panic as he realizes how he has just behaved in the presence of the rogue traitor. With a trembling hand, he reaches for the Vox augment on his head. After a moment, the man looks at you with hollow eyes. Lord Captain, all channels are nothing but static. I don't understand why. Everything is functioning perfectly. It's as if something is jamming the frequency. We cannot contact the flagship. According to the charts, there is a settlement nearby. Perhaps the locals have a more powerful Vox unit. Does anyone feel anything odd? As if something is pressing on your mind? A peculiar pattern of acoustic waves. I have never encountered anything like this before. Eogunn appears utterly serene and even intrigued as he listens intently to something. Infrasound alternating with ultrasound, and so naturally, too. The frequencies are inaudible, rogue trader, yet they evoke a violent reaction from the deep-seated structures of the human brain. I would like to lay eyes on their source. The sound seems barely audible, but also so loud that it drowns out even my whispers. I wonder how long we can endure this cacophony before we start slaughtering one another. Argenta hurriedly whispers a litany, forming the Aquila over her chest. The righteous mind cannot be broken by the machinations of his enemies. I thought it was a result of the impact, like a hum or some kind of high-pitched screeching. It's a struggle to think straight, to keep from losing it. My apologies, your lordship. I'm heading to this settlement. Perhaps the Vox signal will break through to the flagship from there. With your permission, Lord Captain, I will remain here in case the Vox starts working, or an evacuation team arrives from the flagship.
I won't tolerate
It awakens fury and clouds the mind. I don't like that. don't like that one bit.
We shall prevail.
Better be ineptitude, not malice.
How? How did you take damage from that? Okay. Okay. I'm glad I have these.
The Emperor sets my path.
I have Liturgy of Insulation. Fucking... Yeah, clearly.
Follow my lead.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Where did you fire?
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'm always ready.
Join me in prayer. Faith without deeds is worthless.
It's about time.
Okay. Argenta, you're clearing this one too.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Yeah, I don't trust myself to not hit myself.
Justice for the weak.
I mean, I even hit myself with something that shouldn't physically be able to hurt me. Ancient building shows signs of recent repairs. Endless gargantuan roots sprawl all the way to the horizon. Something moves deep within them. Or could it be the plants themselves?
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
An autosave? I wonder what that could mean. I was going to know what good way to say this. Hello, Xenos scum. I have no Xenos in my, party. Not at the moment. How's it going? Hope all's well.
Victory awaits.
How may I serve the dynasty?
Oh, nothing hidden here? Okay. Looked like there might be. Oh, fun! Hans. You're not entirely wrong.
Of the galaxy.
Barricade, mace, mace, barricade, mace. Alright. Let me see here. Where am I? Copper Tongue, come back here. I go up here. Argenta, you get to come here. Kadira, you're there. Copper Tongue. And Burb. Abelard, you get to come right there. Eogunn, you are here. Alright. And I think that's everything.
The machine
I
spirit
have the distinct feeling that my liturgy of insulation is not going to work on this planet. I don't know why I have that distinct feeling. Maybe it's because I blew myself up earlier with it. But, you know.
Nuncius, I'm relying on you. A valid argument.
You know, that's fair. It might only work in combat. I don't know if I've tested that before. I just know this is a thing, and I don't know what it does. It doesn't say what it does. Oh, I do imagine.
Suits my purposes.
Pull the bold.
Nothing I can't
Analyze. This is a 2. They're all 2s. Okay, that's fine.
do. Not a problem for me. Adler.
Okay.
Suits my
Surefire
purposes.
plan.
Nowhere to hide. Stand a chance?
Hey, look! Soon to be casualties. Nice. Okay, Eogunn.
The machine spirit.
Let's focus on this.
Executing the
Argenta.
I'll do it.
Furious Recital. I'm not going to use my rapid fire on this one. And then I will... I should have used
Faith
this.
without deeds is worthless. This is
Fine.
unacceptable. As the
Run
Emperor
and gun.
commands, I act. Doubt is for the
Concentrated
weak.
fire.
That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands.
Then we come up here. We use wildfire. And rapid fire. And then take this out, I suppose.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Yep, he's been messaging me as well. I think we're just going to do like a Discord thing though, not like actually stream it.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. Doubt is for the weak. Each strike is a prayer.
Okay.
I'll do it. Is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I am my Emperor. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Hey, I mean, it was a fun game. Why not?
Eradicated.
Oh, there's another growth up here.
I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. That is not the Emperor's will. Doubt is for the weak. Each strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I will be my Emperor. I'll do it.
Hello? Argenta, are you okay?
As the Emperor commands, I will not.
Abelard, poor guy. He did nothing wrong. Final Fantasy V. D-Man, Suki Gato, another mod and friend of mine, and myself are going to be doing a 4-job fiesta just for fun. Because why not? Oh, 5-job fiesta, whatever.
Stay vigilant. Weapon at the ready.
Seeming to appear out of thin air, people approach you with caution. Every one of them is scarred and wearing some kind of uniform, and you notice that a few have crude prostheses made of bone and wood. Their eyes are fixed on you, noting your every move. Merovian guardsman, stocky blonde man, steps forward, clad in a semblance of Astra Militarum armor, made of tree bark. His burn-scarred face is frozen in an expression of surprise and slight bewilderment. Never thought I'd have to say this, but state your rank, occupation, and reason for visiting this regiment's deployment. The last words sound rehearsed and unfamiliar, as if he's using them for the very first time. Yet upon hearing them, the people around you grip their weapons tighter, and the blonde man grows noticeably more confident. Abelard, present me. The seneschal clears his throat and adjusts his uniform. You are in the presence of his lordship, rogue traitor Zenavathar von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Cronus Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. The moment your name is spoken, a change ripples through the crowd. Some are struck with awe, others turn white as ghosts. The man in front of you makes the sign of the Aquila. Sergeant Janner. 3rd Supply Platoon, 32nd Marav Regiment. We are pleased to welcome you to Zarkov, your lordship. The Xander stumbles slightly over these words, as if recalling their sound as he goes. How did the Merovians get here? Did you manage to traverse them all? Traverse what? We were born here. As for the details, you'd best take that up with the captain or the colonel. Penal Legion, you mean? That's right, the 32nd Marav Penal Regiment. You call it penal, I call it redemptive. You surrendered to the basest impulses and stained your souls, yet you are permitted not to rot in chains, but to burn away your transgressions in the heat of battle. So do not dishonor his gift of atonement with wretched shame. Pleasure, Sergeant Batashki. It is both an honor and a joy, your lordship. We have waited so very long for your arrival. Truly, I never imagined I would see this day in my lifetime. Something brought my shuttle down. I need assistance. I'm no help to you there. You need to head to the cage. It's our camp, and the biggest outpost on Zarkov. Or capital, I suppose. Or whatever it is you call large settlements. We'll go ahead to report your arrival. Just follow the trail. You can't miss it. You need to meet with the colonel. About turn. To the regiment's quarters. March.
None shall stand in my way.
That was a nice little ditty. You were surrounded by dozens of people dressed in what only vaguely resembles Astra Militarum uniforms. Yeah, it was nice. Homespun cloth is overlaid with wooden plates mimicking Imperial flak armor. These clothes are adorned with numerous trophies, pelts, bones, bark, and remnants of giant plants. The savages flaunt their scars and stumps, yet many are fitted with primitive prosthetics. From time to time, someone in the group bares their teeth like a beast, while others nervously grip their weapons. Colonel Batashki, permission to report. Janner steps forward and gives a salute to the huge man, who looks at you sternly. The 3rd Supply Platoon deployed on a mission and found survivors from the downed flying machine. The leader of the group identified himself as rogue trader Von Valencius. Abelard, introduce me to these people. Before you stands Zenepithar Von Valencius himself, conqueror of the Cronus Expanse, sovereign of Dargonis, Janus, and a multitude of other worlds. Bow your heads in awe and reverence, for neither before nor after this moment are you destined to behold anyone of greater majesty. I mean, if he's willing to. Colonel Batashki scowls at you. His bright green eyes are bloodshot and a low growl escapes through his teeth. I am Colonel Izdrig Batashki, 32nd Marav Penal Regiment. I welcome you to the cage, heir of Siberian. The woman standing beside him bows, her single eye fixed on you. Her voice rings out, piercing the heavy buzz of the crowd. Have you come to renew your our oaths, your lordship? Captain Quartermaster Danowski? Batashki snaps his head toward her, and for a moment you imagine you hear the gnashing of fangs, as if a wild beast disciplines a member of its pack. The woman snaps to attention and salutes. Take a closer look at the crowd. You notice some among the guardsmen cringing in pain as if from a headache or twitching. These people look deranged, ready to snap into violence or dance in delirious joy at any moment. You it is Donowski. Yeah, that's fair. Scale is good. Pascal is good sport too. He has been known to present. Ah, yes, Pascal is pretty good at presenting as well, on occasion. Their brains have been thoroughly scrambled here. They look like they might start howling with rage. What oaths do you mean? The captain quartermaster meets the colonel's eyes and steps forward. The 32nd Marav Penal Regiment was requisitioned centuries ago by rogue trader Siberian von Valencius during an expedition to GH 89717, which is now called Zarkov. The Lord Captain was lost in the routes. His retinue brought the final order, boarded the ship, and did not return. We have waited ever since. We have waited for you, your lordship. Batashki's intense gaze presses against your chest with almost physical force. The first call up. Our predecessors swore an oath of loyalty to your ancestor, heir of Siberian. We intend to fulfill it, one way or another. Never heard of such a thing, Shireen? Must be something from those Ashmog's homeworld? Nuncius is too eloquent for, the unwashed masses? Yeah. It would be really funny if there were dialogue options to let Nuncius, announce me, and then there was just silence following and the person looking confused. What is this final order you speak of? To hold the line until the arrival of the dynastic fleet. As you can see, we have succeeded. The regiment served Siberian. Tell me what kind of man he was. The greatest. Janowski declares in a voice filled with the most profound conviction. Mod makers, chop chop. I could probably figure out how to do it. It would just take, like, I don't know, 20 hours a time. We served your, hallowed ancestor several centuries ago, Lord Heir. We honor him for his deeds, but no one living knows him as a person. Something brought down my shuttle. A predatory grin cracks across the colonel's heavy features. Some sort of huge overgrown vine. That was the drover. That vile thing has the whole cage under siege. Where did this drover come from, and what is it? And what does it look like? A vicious, colossal monster? It stretches its tendrils everywhere, trying to devour us. It's been this way for as long as I can remember. Batashki's cheeks flush crimson, and he falls silent for a moment, waiting for the surge of rage to pass. When he speaks again, his voice is almost calm. We are simple people. We need to know how to survive an encounter with the drover, not to understand where it came from. Something's wrong here. Your people, are they sick, Colonel? The colonel grimaces and sweeps a furious gaze over his people. Under his glare, they flinch, straighten their backs, and nod. No, not sick. Not really. We're hanging in there. We can't be broken. It's the drover, your lordship. Its cry is inaudible, but it's like a weight pressing down on your mind. It causes pain, nightmares, and drives you mad. Anger, fear, anything is possible. If you give in, you lose control of yourself. Not long ago, one of us snapped and knifed a recruit just because he dropped his rations. Actually, I came here following the trail of my ancestor, Siberian von Valencius. Batashki tilts his head like a beast before a pounce, yet his voice is surprisingly low and calm. Down below, beneath the outpost, lies his tomb. We don't go there. We don't want to disturb the memory of your ancestor. If you desire to visit the rogue trader, you're more than welcome. But the drover has entrenched itself right beside it, which means going there is certain death. Argenta regards the soldier with a bitterness born of witnessing a wound beyond healing. Her voice is thick with solemn fatalism. It is unbearable to see these soldiers afflicted by one of the most foul and contagious diseases imaginable. Fear. Do not catch it yourself. I need to return to my flagship. Do you have a Vox station? Batashki scratches his beard in thought. The handbook says Vox stations, as you call them, are for interregimental communication. My grandfather said he saw the casing of the last one in the on this world, but the roots swallowed it long ago. So we have no Vox station here. My personal comm beat isn't working either. Normally the flagship can reach me, but now there's some kind of interference. Our elders told us that back when we still had communications, the channels would go dead whenever drovers were near. What was it they said? It puts the machine spirits to sleep. That's it. So that means my goal is right under the nose of this drover, and while it is alive, I will be stuck here with no communications. Quite right, heir of Siberian, quite right. The colonel thoughtfully grinds his teeth while staring at you. And why don't you drive the creature away from your settlement yourselves? Because we aren't fools eager for an early grave, and we aren't the brother generals who drive their men to the slaughter. We endure, we survive, just as we have for centuries. Survival is no excuse for cowardice, guardsmen. Yes, Shireen, you are right as always. Dry catches your gaze and adds in a whisper, but I will choose survival, thank you. I do not intend to waste my time. Fine, I will put an end to this creature. That would be a deed worthy of the true heir of Siberian von Valencius. Dunowski's ringing voice makes Batoshki, standing beside her, wince. Did you all hear that? Von Valencius is with us now. He will slay the drover, endure the trial match with the colonel, and accept our oath. The final order shall be fulfilled as promised. What? Wait just a moment. That wasn't part of the agreement. When you return, we fight. That is the law of our regiment. There is no other way. What is this trial match? Regimental tradition, your lordship. To take command, one must best the existing commander in combat, and that man is Isdrig. Fine, whatever you say. Just tell me where to find this irritating creature so I can end it. Take the lift down. It'll put you right outside that thorny bastard's lair. The colonel exhales heavily, the air hissing from his lungs. His green eyes, clouded by a veil of rage, rake over your face before suddenly softening. If you want to throw your life away for nothing, I won't stop you. You can leave now. But if you have enough humility to take advice from a local, I'll be waiting for you at my quarters. Captain Danowski, gives you a conspiratorial look. Welcome to Zarkov. Welcome to the cage. Please, your lordship, I would ask for a private audience. The welcoming ceremony is over. Regiment is dismissed. Following Batoshki's command, the soldiers seem to vanish into thin air, yet dozens of wary eyes continue to track your every move. It is still grimdark. The only time I died was that very first time when I got Cabela, and she died to the cultists. Outside of that, we have been on a roll. We are almost to Act 3. We just have some DLC stuff to finish up. How you doing, Jerry? Hope all is well. Where is this Vivisector Martinex? What? It says they're here. I don't see them. Am I blind? Maybe they're in this house or something. I don't know.
I won't tolerate weakness.
No one has heard mention of the Merov Penal Legion in over 100 years. Even the oldest books in the Von Valancius library consider them a legend forgotten by history.
I
usually love legends, but in my experience, they always have depressing endings for some reason. It would be stupid to expect anything different here.
They're on my ship? Then why is it showing them here? What a weird thing to show there. But yeah, just to show everybody, I am still on Grim Darkness. Let's come over here. Drill Sergeant Dankosh. The shooting range extends before you, supervised by a massive man whose leg has been replaced with a construction of wood and bone. A few Moravians are firing at targets. Your lordship, God Emperor preserve me. You've honored us with your visit. Junior Drill Sergeant Dankosh, I'm ready to assist you, your lordship. The firing stops, and as the soldiers turn and look your way, you're getting accustomed to frightened and inspired looks on these faces. Look closely at the training soldiers. They're all fit and strong, which is not surprising. Young and old, male and female, every one of them looks like they stepped straight out of an Astra Militarum propaganda poster. Their movements and stances look peculiar. Then you realize there is simply no flat terrain anywhere on this planet. Even the massive roots are covered in lumpy bark. The Moravians' odd gait and slightly stooped posture are products of this constant effort to maintain their balance. Do you have a spare target? I would like to learn shooting from you. What? You wish to join us? But of course, Lord Captain. Do us a great honor. You lot clear out. Make room for his lordship. Encouraged by your attention, Dankosh launches into a thorough explanation of shooting in Zarkovian conditions. It is striking how much aptitude for instruction this near-feral fighter from Forsaken World displays, as he put 5 shots exactly on a target in a row. The surrounding Murkovians erupt in cheers of approval. We call it the Snap Strike, Lord Captain. It's not about shooting or stabbing where the target is, but where it's going to be. Carry on with your drills, I'll leave you to it. It's an honor to meet with you personally, Lord Captain. Whenever you leave the shooting range, your departure is accompanied by respectful nods, shouts, and even friendly pats on the shoulder. Seems you've won over some of the Moravians. Finally forced yourself to play Kingmaker, got through the last boring nothing segment of the game before it wraps up. Nice. Be careful with the Drover, it's hard. Is anything in this game truly hard? And I say that fully believing you. I'm just being overconfident because it's funnier that way if I die. If they use wooden bones so much, how are these laser weapons still functional? Wooden bone, clearly. It is time for ads. The ads will last for the prologue. The Chaos Spawn can be a little tricky if you don't know what you're doing. Even if you do know what you're doing, he can still be a little tricky sometimes on higher difficulties. But that's about it. When this thing released, they defeated it on hard at level 25. Dude is level 40 plus. Falcon, this is DLC content. This is the newest DLC content. So, probably wasn't at level 25. Anyway, it is time for ads. The Drover, yeah. This is from the DLC content. But yeah, ads are going to start playing. Last for 3 minutes. I don't do anything in the meantime. Nobody misses any content. Disabled pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. Yeah, I will catch you all after the ads. I appreciate that, Zalaro. Alright, the ad's finished. Let us continue.
It's about time.
Danowski! The captain quartermaster tears her gaze away from the slab of fibrous meat before her. A black stone glints in her ruined eye socket. It is good to see you, your lordship. By your leave, I would like to discuss the regiment's oaths with you. What is it you want to discuss regarding the oaths? Our oath of loyalty, your lordship. When you return victorious from the drover's lair, Isdrig is going to challenge you. I wanted to warn you. Colonel Batashki will fight bitterly, and you should prepare well. I once saw him drench himself in promethium and set himself on fire before fighting 3 of the drover's shoots unarmed. He's a fearsome enemy. Can anyone other than Batashki swear the oath? You, perhaps? Danowski's remaining eye widens, while a thin, translucent fluid trickles from the other ruined socket. That is against the handbook, your lordship. It states, one must never conspire against a commanding officer. Your words are a trial I will pass with honor by rejecting them. Why shouldn't I simply execute the colonel? Why would he want to fight me? You said yourself that everything has already been decided. And why do we praise the God Emperor even when all seems lost? Why do we struggle to survive even where we should surely perish? Because we have no choice but to fight against the inevitable. Isdrig will battle for the regiment, even against the Emperor's angels. As the handbook states, the only thing a guardsman should fear is the failure to do their duty. How do you suggest I prepare myself? Walk around the cage, listen to the people, work to understand us, and then you will know what to do in the trial match. I have faith in you, your lordship. A half-mad smile, that of a true fanatic, touches Fedka's lips. As I approached the camp, I heard a song. You mean the Hymn of the Lost, Lord Captain? By it we live, and by it we die. If you want to learn anything about it, just ask. I know it by heart. Its lyrics are not exactly cheerful. It reminds us that our survival is built upon the bones of the call-ups that came before, and that upon our own bones will our children grow. It speaks of our duty and of atonement. What is this tomb that it refers to? Deep within the roots are Xenos ruins. We do not venture there as a rule. It is a cursed place, a place of death. Fedka's hand reflexively moves toward her missing eye. Then she pulls it back. There's a whole list of names within it. Thus we honor our heroes. With each call-up, the song grows, line by line, name by name. It began with Sergeant Zarkov, the first commander to rise from the ranks of the common penal conscripts. We named this world in his honor. The greatest honor is to be enshrined in the lines of the hymn after death. Interesting, my thanks. You're most welcome, Lord Captain. What do you know of the regiment's homeworld? Mirav is a world that has nothing but metal and throngs of people. Every one of them lives, serves, and dies in the name of the God Emperor. Our stories say that brother generals have turned their backs on his light, and now they do whatever they please to regiments like ours. I think some of those stories are exaggerated to strike fear into the recruits. If we can serve the God Emperor among the stars, why concern ourselves with some brother generals? What is the connection between your regiment and my dynasty? Your illustrious ancestors, Siberian von Valentius, saved us from the terrible fate of obscurity and took the first call up into his own service. He gave us good uniforms and weapons, and then there were the von Valentius gifts. Stories passed down from our ancestors tell of how the rogue trader removed these gifts from his own body and offered them to soldiers who had proven themselves better than all the rest. These boons made them even stronger. What did you say he removed from his own body? Augmetics, your lordship. In our songs, it is said that your ancestor possessed so many gifts that he could share them with others. I don't know if this is true, but that the rogue trader supplied the entire regiment with prosthetics is certain. We continue his work as best we can. Vedka demonstratively clenches her metal hand, which is tipped with the claws of bone. Do many people here support Batashki? Yes, your lordship. Your arrival is bound to bring change, and a few people are fond of change, but believe that some believe that rejoining the Imperium will lead to trouble because of the regiment's history. There are others, like myself, of course, who have no fear of meeting his servants, and we look forward to the day when we can return to serving humanity. These disagreements have never been anything more than a reason to chew the fat on a patrol, but now, regardless, all of us swear the oath. You can be sure of that. If anyone refuses, we'll grant them final atonement ourselves. Argenta bestows upon the young woman a look brimming with genuine warmth. I was taught that true faith is most easily witnessed in the hour of the greatest trial, and here it stands before me. Years of deprivation have not robbed you of your faith in the God Emperor, and the imminent oath of loyalty to his anointed shall be a worthy reward for this feat of the spirit. What can you tell me of Zarkov? It is a world of terrors. Every living thing is trying to kill you, and if it doesn't succeed, it will certainly try again. Zarkov, the best thing we have here is our people. Zarkov has tempered us, prepared us for atonement and our oath, whereas the final order of your exalted ancestor gave us purpose. That will be all, Quartermaster. Oops. If you need anything else, I will be here. I found a shuttle on one of the neighboring worlds. It contained a recorded message from a Merovian regiment. He reverently makes the sign of the Aquila. With her prosthetic, the sight leaves quite an impression. God Emperor, after so many centuries, Reuben, the 32nd Regiment's greatest hero, whom we remember as the Departed. He boarded the shuttle the first call-up had discovered, and went to the stars with a plea for help. He knew he would die out there in the void. He only hoped that our plea would be heard. I was to learn more about Zarkov. I've already done that. Okay. May you fare well, Captain. By the God Emperor's will, your lordship. Sergeant Janner. Large collection of crude Aquilas made from bark wood and bone lie before the sergeant. Each varies slightly from the next, however. Some clutch an Astra Militarum sigil in their talons, others have the number 32 carved into their wings, while another group have one head depicted as a mechanical bird skull. Is there something you wanted, your lordship? You enjoy making these things? Or you enjoy making things? Yes, your lordship. I carve things for myself and for the fellows, and sometimes I take commissions. Toys for volunteers, medals for awards, pieces to put on gun stocks. Sometimes I help with prosthetics, but I also do it for the pleasure of the thing. Argenta pulls off her glove before picking up an unfinished wooden figurine of a soldier, as if afraid of damaging it. She turns the toy over in her hand, her brow furrowed in concentration, then suddenly grins. Carve a smile upon his face, Master Craftsman. Let the children know that a soldier must be stern toward his enemies, yet merciful toward those he protects, just as you are towards these little ones. I'd like to know more about the Drover. The Drover is an ancient creature. Maybe there's more than one. Every once in a while, the damned thing comes out, starts shrieking, making us deranged. Who knows why it does it? But what we do know is that it's slowly driving everyone mad. Some people panic, some people get angry. It's different for everyone. Donosky has ear protection, but they're the only pair, so they're no salvation. Will you tell me about your settlement? Of course. You'll be our commander soon enough, so it's only right that you should know. Can you tell me anything about Marav? Only from the stories of the old call-ups. People there are nothing but property, and minor mistakes are grounds for imprisonment. Our regiment was once formed from such unfortunate souls. In short, it's a cursed place abandoned by the God Emperor. Tell me about Zarkov. It's our home, your lordship. Everything here is either poisonous, predatory, or fragile. In short, anything that isn't trying to kill you is only pretending to be safe, but you get used to it. And then you learn how to use it. Poisonous? Then you can use it for medicine. Predatory? Means it's edible. Hard to kill? You can probably use its skin for armor. Batashki and Donosky are the senior officers here. They're commanders, not officers. There's a difference. My uncle, the colonel, has been in charge of the regiment for over 10 seasons. You won't find anyone on Zarkov who's more decent or tougher than him. I once saw him covering a retreat for the wounded. Three suckers from a mace latched onto him, but he didn't even blink until he got the wounded soldier to the cage. They say the suckers just shriveled up and died later. Captain Quartermaster Donosky is the colonel's right hand. She's in charge of supplies, which makes her my immediate commander. She is a good sort, just a little bit, well, out there. Janner makes a vague gesture near his head. He believes that now you've arrived, our lives will change overnight. Everything will get sorted, and we'll head for the stars with you. That we'll get our atonement, even start eating off real plates. It used to sound like Commissar Claptrap, but now, I don't know. I'd rather stick to my uncle's ways. You disagree with Captain Donowski? I'm with Colonel Batashki on this, your lordship. There's nothing for us out there in the stars. We were born here, and we must die here. Songs say our regiment used to serve as cover for the cleaner regiments and rot in the mud for 'em, too. Here on Zarkov, at least. I know who and what I'm fighting for. So your direct commander is Donosky, but you're a supporter of Batashki. Atonement for the one is a complicated thing. I do what needs to be done, and I have no complaints about Vedka. Before your arrival, all this was just an excuse to babble. Besides, is Briggs my uncle? He raised me after my parents died. Turning on him would be as bad as what brother generals did. That will be all. Yes, your lordship, what does your platoon do? Well, officially, we're a supply platoon. That is, we gather the resources the cage needs to survive, and each of us has to have some special skill, like knowing about poisons, making ammo, or recharging power packs for weapons. We're supplying troops, and that means we're the best of the best. How do you manage to manufacture ammunition in such conditions? There are these explosive flowers around here. Their pollen works as a substitute for, how do you call it, Visaline? We've got to recite a litany of fury over it, and then mix it with some other things. We carve bullets out of bark and bones, either from our own dead or some huge creatures. It's trickier with shell casings, but sometimes you bore a hole through wood nice and clean. It depends on whether you recited the litany of fervent labor correctly or not. If you get it wrong, then the bullets tend to misfire or even explode in the barrel. For the casings, you could use something that burns easily but holds its shape. I think I saw some kind of coarse paper around here. That's a great idea, your lordship. The casing will burn on its own as long as you clean the barrel once in a while. When we have time, we'll do some tests. Maybe the captain quartermaster was right. We should find new ways to serve the God Emperor instead of just clinging to the old ones. Why would supply troops need to know about poisons? Plenty of poisonous menaces growing around here. But, your lordship, poisons can be used as softening agents, medicine, and all sorts of useful things. And if you mix it right, you can even make sleep water. Sometimes we need it bad, especially after a rough few days in the roots. Sleep water? You know, Shireen, a draught that helps one forget one's terrors at night, regardless of horrors suffered during the day, could have a grand future as an export to other worlds of the Imperium. Is it that hard to recharge a power pack? Well, maybe it's easy for you. You probably have some charging things back where you're from, but we don't have anything like that. But you can throw a battery on a fire. Is even a proper name for the ritual, but I can't remember it. The problem is that sometimes the battery just explodes. It's risky. The rite ruins them eventually anyway. So the ones who know exactly where to put it in the fire and how long to let it burn, they're valuable soldiers. Thank you for telling me this. I must take my leave.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
We have goods here. Is there actually a chirurgeon here? Yes. The makeshift hospital is a hive of activity. Here and there, the wounded moan through gritted teeth. A man wearing a chirurgeon's armband and a lieutenant's insignia stands at one bed examining a patient, while a young assistant with the rank of sergeant rushes about. There's nothing we can do here now. I'm sorry, Jovaka, but your chances are slim. Jovaka taught half the regiment how to shoot. He's got a God Emperor given talent as an instructor. Sergeant, this is part of our duty. If we make a futile attempt to save one doomed man, we will lose him and a dozen other soldiers we could have helped. Toughen up. I feel like you lost brain cells by that sergeant's description of how the supply unit functions. Yeah, a little bit. Luca, I understand. Atonement for the one. Go and save some of the others. I'll just manage on my own. I don't want to be a burden. What happened? Drill Sergeant Javaka was struck by one of the drover's maces. We sutured the wounds from the spikes, but he seems to have internal injuries. Given more time, we might find a way to help him. This servant of the God Emperor fought with valor and utter devotion. Do not prolong his suffering. He has earned the Emperor's mercy for his loyalty. Try to save the doomed man. Sergeant Sharzhin will, you will assist. You step back and wipe the sweat from your brow with the back of your bloodied hand. The patient's chest rises and falls steadily, and though his life is not yet saved, he has at least some chance of surviving long enough to be operated on fully. Thank you, thank you. Jovika, he's like a father to a lot of us, you know? We owe him, and you. The young sergeant falls into reflection. My gran would tell me stories about the first call-up. It's believed that your ancestor used to say that even the doomed are worth saving, for their debt of gratitude leads to grand deeds. It's not our way to waste our efforts on lost causes, but now, thank you once again. The regiment will not forget what you've done.
Follow my lead!
Those standing before you look utterly spent. Dark circles ring their eyes, and their movements are jittery and frantic. Every sign speaks of people pushed to the very brink. What is there to celebrate? Batoshki speaks the truth. They'll take us all and toss us into the grinder as cannon fodder. And what is there for us here? To chew on vine leaves and shake with fear? I would rather die for the glory of the God Emperor among the stars. A soundless shriek lances through everything around you, setting your very eyes vibrating within their sockets. Fury, terror, and revulsion surge upward in a boiling tide from the depths of your consciousness. Willpower test failed, the emotions engulf you, and as if in a dream, you watch the scene unfolding before your eyes. A woman with a bone plate over one eye draws a knife and moves to plunge it into the man standing opposite her. Stand down, both of you. Get a hold of yourselves. You're guardsmen for the throne's sake. Your words strike like a slap. The woman stares at her hands in horror, then casts the knife aside. Forgive me, your lordship. The drover, that vile creature. Thank you for bringing me to my senses. The standard punishment for brawling is no less than 20 lashes for each participant. The seneschal wipes away the blood trickling from his nose and continues more quietly. But under the present circumstances, I believe some leniency may be shown. We'll have to forgive our people. They're simply afraid. The woman makes to leave, then hesitates. Listen when you fight the colonel. Try to strike him under the left ribs. A local beast got hold of him once, tore a rib clean out. He took that rib back and used it to stab the beast dead. Now, he has a weak spot there. Thought it might help you. I think I just reached it. What does this give me? Any momentum expenditure by the rogue trader and their allies, including heroic acts, is reduced by 20%. Nice. Copy of the Astra Militarum handbook with lines mangled. Hundreds of names are etched upon the memorial.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Open the generic lock. Truly, the God Emperor has revealed a miracle to me. There, Siberian has opened the container. Siberian von Valencia's records. Ooh. A sheet of paper covered in tiny handwriting. I, Siberian von Valencius, the God Emperor's anointed one. His instrument in the Cronus Expanse and tamer of all things Xenos. With these words to vellum, lest I be lost to the heart of the savage world. The Colonel, express to the Colonel, commander of 32nd Marav Regiment. I'm not going to try and pronounce that name. That is holy consonants. I ordered the Penal Regiment to decamp and proceed to Dargonis to surrender to the authority of the next scion of the dynasty. Together with my heir, they shall venture to the stars, serving as a blade and shield to my successor. My retinue is to assist the colonel and expend every conceivable effort in the search for my heir. Further instructions shall be left in locations separately agreed upon with parties concerned. And here we have a weapon optimizer, Mark 1. This one's neat. It's something I'm contemplating using. I would have a chance to apply a negative effect for one round. A common negative effect. I don't know what the difference between common and uncommon are, but... Why does it still show goods here? Unless you galvanize. I don't think that... I think that it's the Mark II that has the galvanize, isn't it? Or did I just not scroll down enough? Yeah, this one doesn't have the galvanize. Ancient non-functional augmentations have clearly become objects of reverence.
None shall stand in my way.
The structure collects moisture from plants, which later drains into the tank.
A job for me.
Judging by the drover shoots, this creature cannot have formed spontaneously thousands of years ago. Someone must have interfered in its development, guiding it in the right direction. Give it on Eogunn, who will probably never use it, but he has 12 stacks, so might as well. Yeah, that's fair.
It's about time.
Batashki watches you like a predator on the hunt. With a heavy sigh, he pulls himself together and crosses his powerful arms across his chest. Let's get one thing straight, Lord Air. You're here to subvert our ways, take us to the stars, that's been foretold, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. This last statement ends in a deep guttural growl. Isdrig leans forward as if ready to pounce, but makes no move to. I heard you saved Drill Sergeant Javaka's life. Thank you. Now then, was there something you wanted to discuss? Vets and insubordination? Tell me, Colonel, why shouldn't I kill you on the spot? Contrary to expectations, Batashki gives a nod of understanding. Straight talk, Lord Air. However strong your retinue may be, my soldiers outnumber them, and every one of them will lay down their life if you decide to kill me. I'll definitely take a couple of yours with me. Before I find my atonement, you likely have more people up in the sky, but as I understand it, they are far beyond your reach. He's a very interesting character. If you dislike me so much, why did you bother helping me? Because you're going out there to kill the drover. If you pull it off, its death will be a gift to the entire regiment. If you die, but my advice helps you wound it first, then at least we have a chance to finish it off later. I opened Siberian's stasis container. His logs were inside, and with them, orders for your regiment. With all due respect to your most holy ancestor, his orders are of little use now. Keep them. After all, it's your legacy. We found a shuttle in this system. It contained a recording of a distress signal that came from the regiment. Colonel nods thoughtfully, shrugging his shoulders. The first call-up's second decade, our ancestors found a flying machine somewhere. They decided they needed to make their presence known, so one soldier got in and flew off to transmit a distress signal. No one ever heard from him again. His name? Reuben. It is written on the memorial wall. I wish to know more about the drover. That thing is ancient and huge. My great-grandfather saw it in the roots way back. We've known about it for ages, but this is the first time it got this close. The humming noise, the pain that comes and goes, is that a result of its cry? Batashki silently claps his hands twice, applauding your quick wit. What should we expect from it? It keeps its weak spot out of sight among the roots, and it's almost impossible to get there unless you make it angry enough that it comes out. So first, you'll have to deal with its armored chutes. There are different kinds of them, and we've given them different names based on how they act. Barricades, maces, growths, and flowers. Tell me about the maces. Janner tells me you've seen them already. You'll recognize it at once. It's a long vine with thorns on the end. The colonel bears several ugly scars on his arm. It carves you up deep. You'll bleed to death before you can blink. The creature can also spit its sucker at you. One slip up and you're a shriveled husk. If you manage to hack it up good, it'll try to dive back into the roots to regrow elsewhere. But there's a trick to it. Catch it with a burst of fire, and the mace loses its nerve and stays put. Barricades? That doesn't sound very apt. They're not dangerous in themselves, but the drover uses them to block a path. They're thick and dense. Watch yourself when you're smashing them. They're bristling with thorns. Strike it in the wrong way, and you're sure to get skewered, and you have to hurry. Any cuts in it heal quickly. Isdrig holds out his palm, displaying a scar from a wound that went right through. Clearly the work of one of those thorns. The trick? You'll be sure to remember that and change your strategy accordingly? Did you just blow everything up with a burst? Is that what happened to Solaro? This planet makes you consider reinstalling Darkest Dungeon? That's a game I've never played. I've watched a lot of it, but I never played it. The first time? Yeah, gotcha. What are the growths? Like a bunch of abscesses they are. They ripen right on the roots, then a swarm of carnivorous midges bursts out. Smash the growth early, otherwise more of the bastards will hatch. A web of small bites on the man's shoulders alludes to the size of the insects. Flowers sounds harmless enough. Deceptively so, I assume. Tashki smirks, bearing a shin hideously scarred by an acid burn. It spits globs of caustic sap. Anything that they hit gets sizzled. It also sprays pollen for some reason. It seems harmless enough, though. It seems harmless, though. But if you see a flower dissolve into a puddle of acid, don't think it's safe for a second. It's just another trick. Wait a little while, and that flower will be back up again. You said that the shoots are armored. The drover inserts its growths and maces into old bones and wears them like we wear clothes or armor. But there's a trick to it. Fire makes the drover tremble, and that makes the growths either break their armor or shake it off. Isdrig makes a dismissive motion with his hand, then scoffs, and no, I didn't get any scars from the armor. How do I kill the creature? As I said, the drover hides itself in a tangle of roots. It will only come out if you chop down a whole bunch of its shoots. But here's the thing. No one's ever been able to kill it. Usually, it just runs away. But we don't have weapons like yours. So here's fire. Don't you have incendiary weapons? The colonel fixes you with a fierce glare, but nonetheless unclips a pair of hand flamers from his belt. Here. Weapons of the first call-up. Rare and precious. When your time comes, detonate them before you die. Thank you for the advice. He simply grunts in response. It costs me nothing to give it. You fought it? You fought it then? A long time ago? I'd just become colonel. Out it came, not very close, but still close enough to be a problem. It almost gobbled up one of the outposts. My father and I took a squad and went out to attack it. They all perished, and my father took our remaining grenades and leapt into the drover's maw. The beast ate its fill and slunk away. I could have found my atonement there, but I made it out. If I hadn't been exposed to so much of its poison as a child, I would have died there. What is that thing anyway? Where did it come from? Who knows? It's not really a beast, more of a weed, though it shows more wit than your average recruit in the way it uses bones, and how it's always popping up here and there. We've even got legends about this thing. Is there any way I can prepare myself for its poisons? The colonel raises an eyebrow and looks at you with a grim amusement. We prepare our, while we're still recruits, but you can try the rot extract, but it'll be really foul. Even if you don't give your soul to the God Emperor, your body still might not adapt. What is this rot extract? We brew it up from those killed by the drover's poison. If you're not so badly poisoned that you die or wish you'd die, then for a while, all kinds of poisons won't be any more dangerous to you than water. Accept the raw extract. Very well, it's worth the risk. Patashki nods and barks out a few orders. The Sergeant Chirurgeon soon appears with a flask and a cup bearing the crest of the Astra Militarum. After waiting for the Colonel's nod, he pours the contents of the flask into the cup. The heavy odor of rot permeates the air. Well, your lordship, not having second thoughts, are you? Silently drink the contents of the cup. Almost instantly, liquid flame spreads throughout your body. Pain pierces every nerve and begins to slowly recede as your body adapts. A large tremor hits you, and sweat instantly soaks through your clothes. You're not dead, at least, my lord heir. That's a start. I have to give you credit for courage, and that's not some commissar claptrap. Thank you for sharing your experience, Colonel. I have questions regarding your world. Tell me about the 32nd Penal Regiment. What exactly do you want to know? If you're cut off from command here, how are ranks appointed? In the first call-up, the rank of Colonel was a lifetime post. He granted all other promotions and demotions unilaterally. The rank passed to his son, then to his grandson, who turned out to be a weakling. The others slit his throat, and the strongest and most cunning of them took the Colonel's position. He set the rule that if you want a promotion, you prove your worth. You fight the trial match against others with same ambition. Same for every rank. If you're aiming to become sergeant, you head into the roots with the other candidates. If you make it back, you've earned the rank. Abelard drinking for you is next level, causality breaking entitlement? Yeah. Nah. Is that how you became Colonel, too? Yes. Only we didn't go into the roots. We settled it, all right there in the cage. 6 of us went out to fight. I was the only one left. If they all hadn't swarmed me, I might have spared someone. From noble succession to dictatorship by the best killer? Huh? I don't know those fancy words, but I know this. The best killer, as you put it, is only on top as long as the troops respect them. Either that, or as long as they're feared. Abelard, digest my food for me. That puts some mental images and thoughts in my head. I regret. Tell me about the Marav Regiment. A lot's been forgotten. It's not like our regiment is mentioned somewhere in the handbook, if you catch my meaning. Isdrig digs a hand into his beard, abruptly yanking out a wriggling stalk. We came from Marav. It's the kind of place where the brother generals are constantly looking for an excuse to snatch you up and throw you into a penal legion. Breathe the wrong way, or say the wrong thing. Welcome to the service. As the stories go, there are plenty of those brother generals, more than enough to claim every decent soul. They treated their troops like toy soldiers, wasting their lives for sport instead of the God Emperor's cause. Occasionally, they sent them to the stars, but of course, it was just to serve as shields for other regiments. The first call-up, our ancestors, was, made up of just such unfortunate lads who ended up in the brothers' hands. Isn't your regiment a little small for you to bear this rank? Here in the cage, we don't even have half a company, it's true. Though you haven't seen the whole lot. Some have been cut off by the Drover siege, and others I've stashed away just in case. Still, we have plenty of smaller outposts scattered across the world, transit points for hunting units, and all kinds of other strongholds. So even if we all die here by the God Emperor's will, the rest of the regiment will live. What's your connection to my dynasty? An expedition? The first call-up was requisitioned by Siberian von Valencius. I don't think they complained. Better than serving as human shields for other regiments. Your ancestor was a great man. Our songs still carry the tales of our campaigns at his side. Then we were stranded here. The rogue trader vanished into the roots, leaving us with the final order. Hold this world, and hold it we did. What exceptional loyalty to a final order. Exceptional both in its persistence and its futility. Let's talk about something else. I want to know more about Zarkov. This is our home, bitter, wild, and deadly, just like us. I agree, your environment isn't exactly welcoming. Huge creatures of some kind once inhabited this world, but they all died out. The roots shot up after that. And we often find a skull right in the middle of a root, or a vertebra, the size of 3 men. It's clear as day the roots had grown right through them. There are virtually no animals, but every type of plant life imaginable, and all of them try to kill humans. The drover is just another tree, or a flower, but the nastiest of them. There's also some ruins, not made by human hands. We rarely go there. A decent man has no business in such a place. Ask Danowski, when she was up for her promotion to Captain Quartermaster, she led an expedition to those ruins. You have your own unique dialect here, it seems. Would you care to translate? The sayings, you mean? Atonement for one comes from an old tradition that if the whole regiment perishes except for one, then all of that person's wrongdoings are forgiven, and eternal and faithful service to the God Emperor awaits them. Atonement takes many forms. Commissar, claptrap, means lies, because our forebears never got any good from those deceitful, tempting spirits. If you want to know the rest, you should ask Vedka. I heard a song as I approached the camp. What was it? It was a hymn of the lost, the song of the old call-ups. It holds the answer as to why we're here and what we're meant for. It's how we remember the fallen and warn the living. And as for the tomb, well, that's just a local horror story. I see. Let's talk about something else. Why not just hand over command of the regiment since it's been foretold? A rasping growl escapes Batashki's lips, only to dissolve in laughter. Ah, no, don't be foolish. Traditions are there to be honored and upheld. I'll face you, heir of Siberian, and make no mistake, I'll be fighting for keeps. You've satisfied my curiosity. That will be all. Alright, I want to head over to Danowski one more time. That may have unlocked a new dialogue with her about the ruins. Maybe. Possibly not. Your lordship, how can I be of service? Luca told me what you did for Jovica. You cannot imagine how important a drill sergeant is to the 32nd Regiment. Thank you. But I shouldn't bore you with expressions of our gratitude. What do you wish to discuss? I opened Siberian's stasis container. His logs were inside, and within them, orders for your regiment. As the God Emperor is my witness, I very much wish to read those logs, but let us leave them with you until the oath-taking. I suspect they will serve you well during the swearing of the oaths. As I approached the camp, I heard the song. You mean the Hymn of the Lost, Lord Captain? By it we live, and by it we die. If you want to learn anything about it, we already did that talk. Colonel said that you know something about the Xenos ruins deep in the roots. Vedka pales, bringing a flesh and blood hand to her missing eye. The black stone within the socket seems to shift ever so slightly. Yes, your lordship. I was young and eager to prove my valor and fearlessness. During the trial match for the rank of Captain Quartermaster, I took a large quantity of explosive pollen and went to those ruins. I intended to blow them up, to show my daring and that we feared no Xenos. I blew them up all right. Only a shard of black stone took my eye in return. I tried to dig it out, but could not. Neither knife nor needle would do it. I grew used to it in time. Danowski speaks of it matter-of-factly, but you now understand that the scars around her eye socket were mostly self-inflicted. Now the roots have grown over the whole thing. Whether the drover worked its will, or Zarkov itself hungers to devour those cursed ruins. Janner told me you possess some sort of defense against the drover's cry. Yes, your lordship. Sound-dampening ear mufflers. The handbook says they're designed for Vox operators, but we found a different use for them. They help us against the drover's cry, though they don't work well for long. They only delay the effects. Sometimes we put them on more restless folks to ease their suffering. How do these even work? I wouldn't know, your lordship, and why should I? The handbook dictates that we put our complete trust in the deepest reverence in our gear and armaments. These ear mufflers are from the times of the first call-up. We sheathed them in fabric and covered them with protective sleeve to preserve them better. I will clearly have need of this item in a confrontation with the drover. Of course. To give this ancient relic to you is a great honor. B-roll failed perception tests. Once the oppressive shriek ability is used, the wearer does not lose resolve and can still use officer abilities, if any. Interesting. May you fare well, Captain.
Follow my lead.
Sound dampening, what were they called specifically? Oracles? Oh, yeah, neat. If I remember to, I might do that as well. At least as a meme.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
If I go down here, will I immediately be put into a fight? Or is there, like, some, exploration as well? I ask because it's growing near the time of ads. You have time before the fight? Okay. If I jump down again, you will, so don't misclick. Got it. Misclick. Understood. It looks friendly. Yes, he is. Your lordship? You turn around to see the captain quartermaster catching up to you. Donofsky comes to a halt in front of you, stands to attention and salutes. Captain Quartermaster Donofsky reporting for duty. I am here to serve as reinforcement. What is the plan of operation? The creaking of twigs heralds the approach of people. Janner appears just as suddenly as the first time you met. Apparently, the sound that gave him away must have been his version of a polite warning. What a surprise, Captain Quartermaster. I got orders from Batoshki to assist his lordship. He didn't mention you. Since you brought it up, Sergeant, the handbook does not obligate me to report my actions to you. And as your direct superior, I did not give you leave to join his lordship's operation. Why would the colonel decide to send reinforcements? You did right by us in the cage and showed what you're made of. I reckon the old man believes you actually stand a chance against the creature. I must have earned a bit of his respect, I suppose. That's why he said he needed volunteers to support your lordship, so here we stand. Captain, what brings you by? According to the handbook, my primary duty as guardsman is to aid the God Emperor's faithful servants in the struggle against the enemies of humanity, and to preserve the life of a superior, even at the cost of my own. And you are to be our commander, after all. Let's see. Stop arguing and both of you help me. Your lordship, I have my orders, but Captain Donofsky's death would mean the end of the cage as we know it. Please, by the God Emperor, send her back. Your lordship, Janner is a fine soldier and commander. but his skills are indispensable to the entire regiment. Toshiki can find a new quartermaster, but not so skilled a scout and hunter. He must not risk himself. I'm going to go with the coercion here. You're a disgrace to the Astra Militarum. When faced with a common enemy, you bicker and stall for time instead of uniting and fighting. You're right, your lordship. I'm going to go with bringing them both with me, just to see how it goes. You can tell me how it differs. No better way to atone for the deeds of our forebears than turning your weapons on a Xenos. Janner? Yes, Captain. Apologies for the show of weakness. I overstepped. I think I'm going to play the ads now. It's a little early, but, like, just a couple minutes. They will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. On Twitch, I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all on the return for the fight. Ooh, my arc rifle might just shred them. Alright. Ads finished. Let us continue. That abomination is a testament to how Xenos influence twists and defiles the very nature of all things. In the light of the God Emperor, thorns should serve only as protection for fragile blossoms. But with Xenos involved, these barbs pierce the earth and drink its vital humors, not for the sake of life, but for the sake of desolation. There it is, Lord Captain. God Emperor protect us. This is the first time I've ever seen it this close. Captain Donofsky regards the monstrosity with mingled terror and fascination. I see two lines of attack. One to the flower, the other to the growth. The flower sprays poisonous pollen, while the growth spews out flesh-eating flies. Which approach do you want me to take? Your target is the flower. It will be done, Lord Captain. Let's go. Sergeant Janner Batashki, you're in charge of the tactical operation. Your combat experience is greater than mine, and the handbook dictates that command in the field be delegated wisely. Really? Thank you for your trust. Almost silently, the guardsmen disappeared into the foliage. Taking up attack positions, you glance around again, preparing for the final push.
Shireen, you know I've never been afraid of a fight, but even the thought of us having to go into that thing's lair gives me a bad feeling. Wouldn't it be simpler to just hit it with a targeted salvo from orbit? Don't worry, Jai. The little voices have been telling me lately that if we don't destroy this scum, we're going to be stuck in this hole for a long time. And we're not exactly spoiled for entertainment here, as you can see.
I won't
Alright, cool.
tolerate
Yeah.
weakness.
3 ways down. Now, here's the question. Do I want to go for the growths? Or do I want to go in the middle and take out the maces? If I go in the middle, there's a good chance I can just kind of fire wherever. Wait, I only see 2 ways down. 1, 2. Where's the third? Nope, no option for the middle. I was assuming there was, because you said 3 ways down, and then I noticed I only see 2.
It's about time.
Okay. I've looked around as much as I can. What? I don't understand this map. Are we talking here, or what are we talking?
A new challenge for me?
Ah! I see, I see. I see. Ah, yes, the pneumatic grapple assault. Alright, where does this one place me? Right here? You know what? Maybe that's fine. Screw it, let's do it.
Smite the Xenos!
4,875. Oh. This has almost as much HP as, like, the final boss of the game. Oh, I will. Why can my characters not move? It doesn't say it was a, ambush. But they can't move. Okay, I guess it was an ambush? Am I able to move my people? Does not appear so. If so, then every tile here is zone of control. So. I'm not too worried about it, I guess. Really?
Stop hitting me, Ashmak.
It gets to go first? Alright. Well. Two of my people are unable to do anything this turn. Why am I unable to target anything either? I do believe I am bugged. There we go. So I could have moved. I just had to hit escape. I will deal with the consequences of, this bug. I shall win even through it.
Astute observation.
Extra armor. Oh, it takes any damage that these take. Oh. Oh, okay, this is so much easier than I thought it would be. Okay, Galvanic Field, defend the Divine Work. Abelard. Abelard. Galvanic Gate.
Astute observation.
For Argenta. So is there an achievement for, what is, I don't care about the achievement. I'll figure out the achievement for the next playthrough. I'm guessing it's to, like, kill the drover without, like, killing off all of its things, but I don't... Is whatever. Argenta.
Doubt is for
Furious
the weak.
Recital. And then Rapid Fire. Let us Reckless
As the
Rush.
Emperor commands, I
So we have
act.
more versatility.
Faith without deed.
Then we Run and Gun. And do it again.
I'll do it.
And then we Wildfire. And do it again.
Doubt is for the weak.
I don't know, this thing doesn't seem very scary all of a sudden. Okay, it is my turn.
Suits
I will
my
perfect
purposes.
spot.
All too
Hole. Go exploits on. One, two, three, four. Ow. Eh. That's fine. It's a 3? Cool.
already done.
Surefire plan, just to ensure that we get the kill.
Nothing I can't do with me was your biggest mistake.
It's not shooting poison at me? I mean, it's only gotten one attack in so far, and they attacked this person. So... Maces...
Suits my purposes.
Okay, I am going to Wild Hunt there.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline. Watch and learn. Stand a chance.
Okay. So long as this hits, I get another stack of critical bonuses.
Nothing I can't do. Signy was your biggest mistake.
We reload. The mortars. Oh. Mortars sound interesting. I like how I don't get officers in this fight. Oh. Those are the mortars. Okay.
To the heretics.
Medicaid field. Ow. Advanced tracking.
Are better than one.
That's just a splash? Oh no. Uh-oh. I'm suddenly afraid.
I can do that. I want a medal for that one. Am I getting paid for this?
Adira. Hey, there's no warp stuff here. Let's go.
But of course. What?
The warp is playing tricks on us.
Or will do. Anything else? Will do.
This can't be transmitted? Do I want to use this on somebody right now? Sure, let's use it on May.
Was that you? Or
Analyze. There's a growth there. Let us pull the bold.
Already done.
What are the growths listed as? 2s?
All two is Adler.
And then I will heal myself.
To the fray.
Yeah, that'll be good enough. Adira. You can move here and relocate your burb
there is
here.
movement in the Empyrean. Let's see what you can do.
Why? Why would you purposefully take an attack of opportunity? I guess that's why. Even still. Abelard.
Will be done.
Reckless Rush. Come over here. Reckless Strike.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
I'm going to ignore this barricade because I don't think it attacks of opportunity or whatever.
I will do my duty. I took care of this one.
Drover's dead. I thought it would, be us in its place. Your lordship will return to camp. Of course, Sergeant. I do not intend to further test, Isdrig's patience. Your lordship will await your triumphant return to the camp.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Well, that wasn't that bad.
Hey, what's that?
Follow my lead.
The only person that ended up with an injury was somebody who I don't care that has the injury. Time for Abelard to mow the lawn, pretty much. Though, in fairness, it didn't have much life left. Abelard, we're going to give you no sorting. Give you this so that you can get this athletics check.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
10 bonus to lore warp whenever the wearer hits a demon or a psyker for the first time in combat. Target suffers a -7 willpower and perception and -1 psi rating until the end of combat. Does not stack. Ah, neat. Abelard. Over here, we go this. So note to self, next time I go through this, I definitely want this on one of the officers. Because, that was
None shall stand in my way.
only slightly unpleasant, not being able to use my officers. Yeah, I'll let me know the achievement. Kill him without killing any sprouts. Okay, that's kind of what I figured it was. Owlcat loves achievements like that.
See?
It was either
What's
kill
that?
all of the sprouts or kill none of the sprouts. This primitive journal is assembled from processed leaves and covered in text scrawled in an uneven hand. During a quick perusal, you notice several entries without dates. Vedka says I'm a psyker. A cursed one, like in the old legends. When I learned the truth, I wanted to end it all on one last mission. But Vedka said that the God Emperor has a different design for me. The handbook says that psychers can reach out to other worlds. I must try. Atonement for one thing. Or atonement for the one. For me. I'm trying. The God Emperor is my witness. I'm trying. I draw the symbols. I see them. See in my dreams. I scream without words. But there is only silence in return. I thought it would be simple and easy. You call out, someone calls back. But I've waited 20 nights in the camp, or by the campfire now, and nothing. Vedka comes by sometimes to encourage me. She said next time she would bring something special. The extract worked. I'm not sure what Vedka put in it. But I fell asleep almost instantly, and in my dreams I heard the call. A scream, a howl, song, all at once. It answered my pleas. It heard me. All this time, I'd been doing it wrong. There is no atonement, not for any of us. No one will answer us from the stars. What sang in my dreams came at my summons. It is the Drover. The creature Isdrig warned us about. It is getting closer, slithering toward me, reaching out with its growths. I should have left when I learned I was a psyker. Vedka, if you read this, damn you. It was you who gave me hope, who made me scream into the void, who brought the Drover to the cage. Only one thing remains for me now. Try and kill it before it reaches the cage, my final mission. The partially decomposed human body has been considerably disfigured, but you can still make out the signs of mutation on the rotting face. Immunity to warp damage and inflicts 10 fellowship, but the user cannot deal warp damage until the end of combat. Alright.
The Whispers told me how.
The symbols on the ground hold no sorceress power. Their creator attempted to invoke both the God Emperor and the forces of the warp, but was ignorant of how to do either.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The Thicket Slayer. This just seems awful. It is considerably worse than the other one she had, and is... yeah, no. I think it's because it gives extra burning, but I just don't care enough. The air is suffocatingly thick with the spicy scent of spores. A modest-looking sarcophagus stands before you. At its base rests a desiccated corpse, clad in robes bearing an insignia. Inspect the body. A cluster of flowers has bloomed across the remains of the unfortunate agent of the Golden Throne, having literally drained the last of his life fluids. A miraculously unscathed Vox scribe rests within his inner pocket. Most of the messages, catalogued by the machine spirit, have long since been erased from its memory, save for the last. Acolyte Watcher, Temple Cell. Attention from the locals has been avoided. We lost Acolyte's Keykeeper, Oculus, and Dusk. Bastion's Cell has ceased all contact. Void Cell has gone in search of Bastion. A search of the subject's suspected burial site yielded no results. No body was found. It appears it was never buried. No traces of heresy requiring cleansing. We continue to search for traces of Siberian von Valentius, and to purge possible new traces of his heresies. The next marker is the Xeno ruins at the coordinates recorded in the Vox Scribe's memory. Siberian reportedly surveyed them shortly before his death. Inspect the sarcophagus. Your ancestor's final resting place is so simple it would be an affront to the tastes of any rogue trader. Open the sarcophagus. The small plants clinging to the sarcophagus snap with soft, wet squelches. As you move a surprisingly light lid. Inside, you see nothing but a gaping hollow. Neither your ancestor's body nor his legendary sword lie in the sarcophagus. Leave the fake tomb.
It's about time.
That was fun. The Merovians surrounding you seem tense. Although you no longer feel any pressure in your head, they seem to still be suffering from the lingering effects of the drover's screech. Izdrig Batoshki fixes you with an expectant look. The drover is dead. We know, heir of Siberian. As soon as it died, we could all breathe a little easier. There in the depths, I discovered a corpse. Batoshki watches you expectantly, like a beast coiled to spring. But the captain quartermaster's eye widens in terror. Her lips silently mouthing, "Don't." Hand him the journal. He was a psyker. Vedka was trying to get him to send an astropathic message. There isn't something labeled dogmatic here. So I'm just gonna go the, I wish to have, or I shall have my people transport it to the flagship. I wish to have it examined. As you wish, it's no longer any concern of me. Or mine. As it turns out, the Inquisition was on Zarkov. I discovered their bodies. What new blight is this? Wait. That word sounds familiar? We have songs about the God Emperor's secret servants, but we would never have been able to recognize them. But why? They're dead. What is dead is no longer a threat and can wait. We have more pressing matters. I presume this isn't a ceremonial visit. Time has come to renew our oath. We are going to the square now, and in the presence of the fallen and my people, we shall face each other in the trial match. A curious tradition. I suggest you are fully aware of what will happen to you and your entire penal regiment should the rogue trader Von Valencia suffer so much as a scratch. Captain Danowski nods to you, then turns to the people gathered around. Zenavathar von Valencius, heir to Siberian and our rightful ruler, has proven himself by slaying the drover. If a seed of doubt still lingers in your hearts, it is time to tear it out by the roots. Watch. We can still settle this peacefully. We cannot. The regiment's traditions are sacred, even if they mean nothing to you. They mean everything to me and my people. Let's settle this cleanly, shall we? We'll see about that, heir of Siberian. I don't want you dead, but I'm not going to hold back. A dense ring of people surround a platform suspended on chains. No one shouts any encouragement to you, or the colonel. In grim, solemn silence, the Moravians keep their eyes on you and Petoshki, armed with traditional knives. Captain Quartermaster Danowski's voice rings out crisp and clear as if on parade. For centuries, we have awaited this moment, hoping to witness it, and now we are here. We have survived from the first call-up unto our own. Tell us then, your lordship, do you revoke the final order of your most holy ancestor? And Siberian's records over to Vedka. It is not I, but Siberian himself who revokes it. Hear me, guardsmen? Written by the hand of Siberian von Valencius himself, together with my heir, they shall venture to the stars, serving as a blade and a shield to my successor. Crowd's roar swallows her final words. With the grace of a predator, the colonel rolls from heel to toe. Shall we have some fun, Lord Heir? Seize the moment to use the Zarkovian combat technique. The colonel moves smoothly, precisely, hiding a potential strike in every move, but you're one step ahead. As he lunges forward, he finds your blade already waiting for him. Petoshki circles you, looking for a weakness in your defenses before striking. He remains utterly indifferent to the blood flowing from his wounds. The Nipodar Zen, who descended from the stars, stands before us now, fighting for the right to command the 32nd Marav Regiment. Tell us, your lordship, what use have you for us? As my ancestor once said, even the doomed are worthy of saving. For their debt of gratitude leads to grand deeds. A satisfied hum ripples through the crowd. Vedka thrusts her clawed hand into the air. We are born for greater things, and our gratitude to the dynasty knows no bounds. Your eyes catch the glint of Petoshki's knife coated in something greenish. The colonel has used the moment you spent answering Danowski to coat his knife in poison. Take the colonel's swiping nick, relying on the immunity granted by the rot extract. Petoshki's attack meant only to deliver the poison into your skin, nicks your shoulder, leaving a stinging itch. You feel a surge of nausea and a salty tang in your mouth, yet no further symptoms follow. Your counterattack hits Petoshki square in the chest. Any other man would have howled in pain, but the old soldier only lets out a raspy snarl, ignoring the bloody froth on his lips. We will go to the stars, but what will you give us there, beyond this world? I shall give you an enemy you've never faced before. Did you hear that? Serving the Von Valencius dynasty promises us new feats of glory. Donoski's voice echoes between the ramshackle buildings, eyes turn to you, full of open admiration. Isdrig spits blood and snarls. Now you understand why he resisted the drover's screams with such ease. The howl of the beast in his mind is far louder. With roar, he lunges at you, locking you in a crushing embrace. The knife slips from his hand, clattering to the floor. Find the pressure point under the Colonel's left ribcage and press down hard. Pain racks Batashki's body, and for the first time he screams, wildly, furiously, frantically. His grip loosens and blood gushes from his wounds. The Colonel's strength fails him, and he drops heavily to his knee. Whatever force drives him, it still keeps the old beast from falling, but he has no strength left to continue the fight. And yet he rises. He draws himself up to full height, standing rigidly to attention. Blood-streaked and broken, he salutes you. The trial match is over. I, Batashki, step down as commander of the 32nd Marav Penal Regiment. It's up to you now, your lordship. The Colonel's body slumps to the floor. Silence falls over the platform. Trial match is over. It's time for the oath. Your orders, Commander. Captain Quartermaster, call for formation. 32nd Marav Regiment, to renew your oaths to the Von Valencius dynasty, fall in. I'm a warrior in defense of his dominion. I am the sword, shield, hammer of the Imperium. My transgressions will be atoned for in his service. And we wait. Before his gaze, I swear to be true to my oath and vow to hold fast to my courage in the face of all enemies of humanity and to unflinchingly meet my death. And until Holy Terra calls me home, the Zenavathar Von Valencia shall be his voice until the God Emperor speaks otherwise, through the mouth of the Adeptus Ministorum. This planet was so much more fun than Solomorn's planet. So many call-ups later, and here it is, the oath as written in the handbook. My regiment has found its purpose and returned to duty. All that remains is for you to decide, your lordship, what to do with Zarkov and our regiment. Does this count as another planet if I make it a colony? Like, will I be able to do projects on it and stuff? Yes. From now on, Zarkov is a colony of the Von Valencius Protectorate, and it is time to appoint a governor. Oh, both options give you it? Okay. You did option 1 first? Gotcha. Alright, I'm going 2, though. The newly sworn-in regiment stares at you, awaiting one of the first appointments in centuries. Well, this is disappointing. I should have... in the future, I need to do this before I do the final regular planet. That way, when I choose my companions to join me in the procession, I can get extra Cast Bellica favor. Gotcha, gotcha. Who could make for a better colonel governor than the captain quartermaster? Quartermaster sounds like they'd be good for, regulatory roles and administrative work. But Colonel Governor? Here? I mean, as you command, your lordship? I shall need a commander for the Zarkovian troops, and the position of Arch Militant also happens to be open. The newly sworn-in regiment stares at you, awaiting one of the first appointments in centuries. Then again, I don't think I'm quite willing to grant this position to anyone from Zarkov. My enforcers are dependable. The same cannot be said of you. Huh. Apparently I missed something here, I guess. It is painful to look at Danowski, as she looks lost, staring at nothing with an unfocused gaze. Finally, time to get back to my recap, baths, and a hot meal. All matters have been settled. Then this audience is over. Vigdis, send a shuttle. Lord Captain, you're alive. An extraction team was already on its way to search for you, transmitting your coordinates to their shuttles.
Victory awaits!
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, all my skill checks were, like, super low. So, you know. That makes sense. Captain Danowski salutes. The light that once shone in her surviving eye is dimmed, and the solemn weight of responsibility is settled upon her features. Yeah. Does anybody have anything new to say? I don't think so.
A new challenge for me?
Alright, back to the ship. Alright. Here. Exploiters, mechanisms, weapons. The plating of the void ship's starboard and port is increased by 2. Survival of the fittest feature. Oh, this would be so cool for a executioner rogue trader. What do we have? Complacency is at 8, security is at 1, 2. I'm going the exploiters. The Genitors of the Exploiter Fleet request permission to study Zarkov's xenoflora by granting the Genitors resources and lands to erect chapels of the xenobiologists. The rogue trader shall master the secrets revealed beneath their vaults. I'm leaning it towards a nuker psyker for next playth. I don't want to do that, because I would want to go dogmatic for that, for the Eye of Joyeuse, or the Eyes of Joyeuse, but I'm kind of dogmatic this time. But I don't know what I want to do next time. Every time I think I know what I want to do, I can't quite, Alright, what all else do we have? Heretic Nuker is great. For Grim Darkness? Because, there's lots of blowing up on that. Okay, this gives security, complacency, and Imperial Navy. This gives Fellowship of the Void. Cast Bellica mission with Heretical. Man, this has all sorts of goodies. This character gains plus int bonus divided by 3 deflection. Hey, I just get some free deflection from this? Heck yeah! Int is like my secondary stat, so sure. Oil grenades. Frontier transport. Zarkovian soldier's armor. Immune to toxin and cannot fall prone, be pushed away, or staggered. Additionally, their dodge penalty is reduced. However, the material this armor is made of is extremely flammable. Huh, okay, interesting. Item support for damage immunity or not dying during heroic turn. Gotcha. That's fair. You want to lean into the dots? Yes. And I do believe Executioner and Blade Dancer, whichever one it is, I don't know which one it is specifically that is bugged at the moment, but I do believe they are getting fixed on the 25th. So. Okay, so it's, I either get this or I get this. This gives Dogmatic, so I'm probably going this. And character's maximum wounds are increased by plus toughness bonus. Not a lot, but still nice. And we get Dogmatic. Then here... Subdermal Compensator. When the user is hit for the first time in a round, they gain temporary wounds for 1 round. This effect triggers even if the attack was blocked, dodged, or parried. Does not stack. Okay, what's special about this one? This one doesn't really give anything. And this one gives Drusian's favor, so I'd probably end up going this one. Woo! That was a lot of dialogue. That was so much dialogue. One moment, I need to drink some water. You command the search for the Xeno ruins located at the coordinates in the Vox Scribe found near the sarcophagus. Yet the augurs fail to penetrate the tangle of colossal roots. If the coordinates are indeed correct, it can only be confirmed by sending scouts. Yes. So far, I am enjoying this, on the whole, way, way more than Lex Imperialis. Outside of the class that Lex Imperialis gave. Still haven't done Dread's Planet, still dreading it. I see what you did there. It's only, like, the worst part of the game, in my opinion. Augurs fail to penetrate the tangle of colossal roots. Okay. Scouts report a lengthy search for a safe passage to the given coordinates. The predatory Xenoflora greets these uninvited guests with poison and thorns. The Vox scribe spoke true. Deep beneath, nestled in the base of the roots, lie bizarre xenostructures. Overseer is such a good class. It's so versatile. You can use it on pretty much anything if you build for it. If you want to build for it. Alas, gaining entry has proved impossible. The entrance to the Xeno ruins is entangled in roots so dense that even a Melta charge has failed to breach them. You command the governor of Zarkov to clear the thickets blocking the path to the site where your legendary ancestor perished. All you can do now is wait. Hey, Dargonis requires me there. Who'd have guessed that one of my planets needs me to go back to him? Lord Captain, we have visitors on the bridge seeking an audience. Your presence is required. What? Who? From where? The High Factotum bows low to you. Your Lordship, if I may beg for a moment of your precious attention, I am elated to notify you that a delegation of High Ecclesiarchs of the Adeptus Ministorum has arrived at your vessel. The holiest of his servants have come to proclaim their veneration before the rogue traitor, faithful to his word and fearful of his wrath. They want to give me a gift? Ooh, I like gifts. Long may the Von Valencius name be praised in the annals of the Imperium. May the God Emperor protect this dynasty from peril and adversity. Noble Zenavathar, word of your righteousness and diligence in serving him has spread to the farmost corners of the Coronis Expanse. It would be folly to let a paragon such as you travel among the stars without firm spiritual support. We are here to correct this egregious oversight. From this day forth, the ship will be consecrated daily and nightly by the servants of the Ecclesiarchy, given to you for toils eternal, so that his light in these halls may never fade. The Ecclesiarchy grants you a holy relic, a banner of Saint Cognatius, obtained in the conquest of the Expanse. May this gift instill trepidation and reverence in the hearts of your subjects, and the altar created to bear it become a place of prayer for your senior officers. Does your lordship wish to witness the installation of the altar and banner? You would be the first to kneel before the relic and set an example of piety for the crew. It would be a great honor. Behind the glass of the altar lies the banner of Saint Cognatius, a relic left behind by one of the Imperium's greatest and most mysterious missionaries, who converted more than one world to the righteous faith. Turn my thoughts to the God Emperor. You got, like, a defunct giant sexton or something as a gift from the commoners? Yeah, I don't know. Divine support. +1 resolve. That's kinda neat, though. Dargonus double requires me? Yeah. Alright. Here... I guess we're doing a fight.
None shall stand in my way. I'll purge you from existence.
Alright. Argenta. You go there. I'm there. Idira. You come here. Bird. You go in front of her. Jai. There. Copper Tongue. There. Abelard. You go out in front. Start battle.
A valid argument. Executing command.
We give this.
A valid argument.
Perfect spot.
Not a problem
Hole.
for me.
Oh, these all suck.
Shall survive. Nothing I can't do. All too easy.
Really? This is fine.
Nothing I can't do. You don't stand a chance.
Okay. Then we give me a full turn,
Moving restrictions on the galvanic cell.
where I move here. And I perfect spot. And fire
Not a
here.
problem.
Reload.
Nothing I
Pull.
can't do. Suits my purposes.
Bountium.
Already done. Nothing I can't do.
Okay, there we are. Well, Eogunn killed the person, just not with his plasma. Okay, we move our Argenta up here.
Move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Do this. Okay, then we run and gun.
As the Emperor commands,
Use this.
I act.
Move over here.
Rejoice in battle.
And then
In
I
thy
will
light
just
I
do this.
stand, and thy light I crave. I'll do it. You, my Emperor! I refuse. Faith without deeds is what strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands. I'll do it. The Emperor
There we
sets
are.
my path.
Follow my lead.
And just in time, because ads are about to start playing. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. On Twitch, I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone after the ads. Alright, the ad's finished. We may
I'll lay
continue.
claim to the stars.
Alright, Dargonis, what do you need? Blackmail? Profit factor -2. Do not give in to demands. Do not give in to demands. Actually, I will just use the 1 profit factor here, sure. Pay the Caspella Commission to arrange some more pressing problems for the blackmailer. Several days later, the rogue trader receives a report along with a sealed envelope containing the damning evidence, and a small box containing 2 little fingers and the tip of a tongue. The blackmailer never makes contact again. Yavagama, okay. Do we go... Security everywhere? Rogue Trader gains 10 tech use? I don't need that. Do I need security everywhere, or do I need efficiency everywhere? It looks like I need security more than efficiency. Oops. Lord Captain, Zarkov is reporting a serious situation on the planet. The flora and fauna of the world have gone mad, all because of a mass invasion of creatures that the transmission calls drovers. Isn't that the xenobeast you encountered? Do we know what has riled the drover? The report only contains that the Colonel Governor's conjecture. Perhaps the cause was the death of the drover at your hand, or there is a special cycle that we are unaware of. Regardless, dynasty representatives on Zarkov have already begun an investigation. Has such a mass occurrence of xenobeasts ever happened before? No, your lordship. The Colonel Governor stated that there is no mention of such a phenomenon in the annals of the 32nd Marav Regiment. This is the Zarkov colony's first experience of this. Efficiency +1, security +1, complacency +1. What does my retinue have to say on the matter? Burning away Xenoblight, whether with the burning away Xenoblight with the sacred flame of the God Emperor. What could be more righteous? Let me give the Zarkovians a lesson in burning out heresy. Yeah, I saw that one. It's a nice trinket. I'm waiting for somebody to get, like, above 100 in a, characteristic. The Adeptus Arbites, Precinct Fortresses, Rogue Trader, remain the core defensive bulwark in times of rebellion or attack. Every arbitrator knows how to hold a bastion of loyalty to the Imperium during all planet cataclysms. I could share that knowledge with the Zarkovians. Let's go with Solomorns here for the security. Solomorn help out the Zarkovians to organize the defense of their settlements. Danrik, provide the colony with supplies from the outside. We will wait until this is over. Adamantine and plasteel. I have plenty of adamantine, and I can always get more plasteel. Oh, I will only lose adamantine. Okay. The Moravians are well trained to survive in a hostile environment. With outside aid, they had the resources they needed to do so. Their settlements and outposts became fortified areas, and losses were kept to a minimum. Your lordship, a theory has emerged about what caused this. The dynasty's agents have investigated and discovered a strange signal that we cannot decipher or locate. However, it seems to affect the nervous system of these drovers in some way, driving them into a rage. Alas, that is all we know for now. Oculus Station. give him wooden bone instead? Yeah, clearly. Uh-oh, I'm connecting to Twitch chat. Twitch is struggling today, it seems. I thought I was so close to being done with this act, and I still feel like I have so much to do. Because I still have all of this to do. I know I have a... world where there is a massive, like, zombie sphere thing that I have to take care of, because I've done it before. I just don't remember where. Might be one and the same with this. There's a smuggler's cache here that I haven't been to. Why do I not have a warp to Janus? Master-at-Arms has reported disturbances in the vicinity of the sector Bionica. The rabble from the lower decks have blocked the exits, demanding that you appear before them. The enforcers await your orders. The Ring of Steel in Jocasta Sorbek's tone eloquently signals her readiness for battle. Give the order, and all those troublemakers will immediately be subdued. I only hope. So, Owlcat has said multiple times that, they plan on Dark Heresy being their shortest game to date. And my only hope is that it is at least in its entirety as long as Act 2 of Rogue Trader. that is my only hope. Because holy cow. What do they want, Vigdis? According to the reports received, the work of the Medicae officers in the sector Bionica has caused this commotion among the workers. It appears the rabble are seeking access to sacred augmentations. I wish to go down there and hear what these people have to say. As you will, Lord Captain. The noisy procession, smelling of sacred unguents and sweat, falls silent as soon as you appear. Those at the head of the crowd step forward, one of them waving the wrapped stump of his right arm, while another gawps at you with his one eye. The Medicae officer, shielded by a line of enforcers, also stare in your direction. Lord Captain, you came? The one-eyed man hesitates and bows awkwardly. We have a request, a petition, to authorize the augmentation of workers below the rank of junior officer in Sector Bionica, due to the need to increase the efficiency of the workforce. He blurts out the obviously memorized words in a rapid stream, then adds peevishly, the vermin don't want to give us iron arms and legs, but we just want to work for the good of you and the God Emperor. To beg for respite from the fate chosen for them since birth. Perhaps we should hold up the Sisters of the Order of the Valorous Heart as an example. They do not even permit the dulling of pain during treatment of their wounds, no matter how grievous. Argenta stopped short, as if shamed by her own severity. Yet, that comparison is unfair to common laborers. Perhaps they truly would benefit from some aid. I want to hear your arguments. Why ought the workers be granted access to sacred implants? Sacred implants? The one-armed worker steps forward, pushing the one-eyed man aside. One of the lads, a Voidsman soldier who got his skull crushed, came back to the lower deck after treatment not long ago with his new metal head. He's working harder than ever. If they'd let us pour sods, put some hardware in, we'd work even better than the healthy ones. We'd toil day and night for the good of the dynasty. But officers say it's not allowed. But you can do anything, even lift this ban. Be merciful, Lord Captain. The request is unacceptable. I predicted that augmenting the Voidsman Soldier life form above the established baseline would cause the utility life forms to develop distorted perception of their individual value that is irrationally inflated. The hiss of the janitor's vox can barely be heard over the murmuring of the crowd. What do the experts from the Sector Bionica think? Of course, such privileges for the lower decks are unprecedented, yet these people are the lifeblood of the ship, Lord Captain. However, low their standing in the social hierarchy. Allowing augmentation in the lower decks will enable workers to toil longer and will help older crew members remain of sound mind and pass on their experience to younger generations. I advise you to grant the request. It will only strengthen your crew. I insist upon rejection of the request. Augmentation is a sacred gift of the Omnissiah that requires careful monitoring and maintenance. The Sector Bionica's resources are finite, and as such, our focus must be on servicing the key life forms among the crew, violating the established directive, and wastefully distributing the gift of augmentation among the unworthy would be an outrage to the Omnissiah, and barely tolerated by the tech priests aboard this vessel. Oh, I'm unsure what to do here. They both make great arguments. I think my next playthrough is going to be Iconoclast, so I'll do Man of the People then, and I will do Omnissiah's gifts are intended for officers only now. Your words caused the crowd to fall silent. The two crippled men who came forward looked blankly at each other before beginning to back away warily. May the Omnissiah bless the rogue trader's sound judgment. The janitor focuses multiple visors on you and bows his head. Not one of his mechanical eyes dignifies the vivisector with even a glance.
Victory awaits!
Alright, and then we wanted to come up here, but first we grab this. And then we do this. I am getting really low on people. Last deal for people. I can do that. Promethium for security across the sector. Alright. I need to find more plasteel. Langren's Belt. Alright, I will head there shortly. That's over there. Okay. Let's get the smuggler's cache. Focusing lens. Firing range of lance weapons is reduced by 5, but their damage is increased by 30%. I do not believe I care for that. Not the way I play, at least. Oh, I never started another project. We want to do this. We go to Langren's Belt. Your Lordship, the esteemed Janitor Ferenz requests a Vox audience. Concerns Manipulus Febris and the experiments he is conducting in the Sector Bionica. Lord Captain, operations in Sector Bionica have practically stalled. Janitor Extremis Eogunn Febris is unilaterally experimenting with the implantation throne, drawing the motive force from the compartment's circuitry, and thereby hindering proper administration of the augmentation ritual or rite. Any idea what he's doing there? Analysis. Insufficient data. A high influx of the motive force to the Sector Bionica's implantation throne has been detected. Violations of the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation have been recorded, along with restricted access for other tech priests. However, the rank of the lifeform designated Eogunn Febris is too high to be impeded without intervention from the lifeform designated Lord Captain. Attesting. According to the logs of the Sector Bionica systems, Janitor Eogunn Febris is undertaking unauthorized use of the implantation throne, contrary to its designated purpose, recommended sanctions, imposition of a techno-penance, combined with temporary rank reduction. He is playing with death, in fact, your lordship. He keeps trying to catch it, but it runs away from him, and flies over his shoulder. But it will never leave him completely. I thought I was cracked in the head, but no, that tin can must have bigger problems than me. If he can't decide whether to live or die, I'm heading there immediately. The implantation throne stands before you in all its glory, illuminated with discharges of motive force. A massive body is laid out upon it, and it takes you a moment to recognize it as Eogunn. Nuncius, I am in complete agreement that any interference with the function of the galvanic abdomen will lead to acute hypertension, but I have the situation perfectly under control. A fatal outcome has been excluded as a possibility. Eogunn stares intently at the vid screen attached to his neck. All his body cavities have been carefully opened. You watch the crimson-pink lump of his augmented heart as it beats in his chest, and you see the faint flickering of his galvanic cell through the whitish film of his peritoneum. Yes, Nuncius, I'm sure. Now, propitiate the motive force with the offering of the second galvanic hymn, conducting the rite of voltage multiplication, 10%. Steady, 20%. Eogunn's eyelids close and his head drops limply onto his chest. A moment passes and the janitor draws a shuddering breath and startles back to consciousness. 20%. Hypertension. Momentary loss of consciousness. The motive force is surging uncontrollably. Additional pertocaval shunts are required to propitiate it and compensate for the excess pressure. Well then, you were right, Nuncius. Abdominal extraction is impossible. This is an incontrovertible fact. Is this some kind of tech priest self-torture? Fascinating. I've never seen such operations performed on oneself before. Eogunn smiles through the pain. I must assume that you have never met a janitor of my caliber, rogue trader. The procedure is utterly trivial. If one observes the rituals of vivisection and the operational covenants of the Omnissiah. Is this some kind of special tech priest self-torture? Not at all, rogue trader. I'm careful to ensure that my pain level never exceeds borderline values. My objective is not to harm myself, but to learn. Do not interfere and wait. After several manipulators dive into Eogunn's gaping abdomen, extracting from its depths a small lump of maroon-colored flesh, you see the janitor's skin rapidly pale to parchment white. The only thing now keeping him conscious are the discharges of the motive force crackling through his body. Splenic extraction. Nuncius, this is truly fascinating. Blood flow is slowed. The load on the main arteries has fallen dramatically. I classify my current condition as pre-mortem. Viability minimal. Your methods are highly original, Eogunn. What experiment are you conducting? I'm currently engaged in a study of determinacy in the existence of amalgam individuals. Your presence will no doubt enliven the discussion of my dearest colleague and I are having as I work. What was one? I didn't see what it was. Oh, flip the power switch? Why would I do that? I assume that too. He's one of my main party members. Some explorators, Nuncius appears to have given up his role as ethics committee. Yes, apparently so. You've caught Nuncius and me about halfway through our disputation. Determinacy in amalgam individuals. Is this related to your previous experiment? Naturally. This is part of my path on the quest for knowledge, just as the creation of the Triasomata was, but I've taken a different approach in my current experiment. What knowledge are you seeking this time? Does it warrant this self-excavation? I'm seeking the limit, rogue trader. The limit that Ferrum Sanctum can withstand, but living tissue cannot. I'm trying to perceive the extent to which reverse augmentation can be accomplished without killing the recipient. And I, myself, as the bearer of a large number of implants, am the ideal specimen. Why would you reverse someone's augmentation? The gifts of the Omnissiah come at a price, one that not everyone can pay. The machine spirits can rage and reject the flesh, with which they have been joined, causing pain or even indescribable agony. Sometimes the only way to end is to extract the augment, which often carries the risk of death. My objective is to find a way to mitigate this. A highly unusual goal for a tech priest in the eyes of the servants of the Omnissiah. Human life rarely outweighs the value of augments. Something must have propelled him down this path in the past. The work of the Sector Bionica is suffering because of your research. Oh, as soon as I obtain the answers to my questions, I will rise from this throne and restore the motive force to the compartment, rest assured. And now, I beg another pause, rogue trader. I must excavate the heart implant. Nuncius, kindly monitor the functioning of the atrioventricular node. If you would. One of the flexible mechadendrites dives deep into Eogunn's chest, carefully extracting the augmented heart. The throne's machine spirits instantly erupt in a cacophony of alarms. You count no less than 30 beats of your own heart before the pulsing organ is returned to the owner's chest. The ashen shadow of death slowly leaves Eogunn's face. Praise the Omnissiah. Nuncius, this is what we've been searching for. A 30-second interval is optimal for removing the organ without causing dysfunction. It is impossible to tell whether the servo skull shares his colleague's excitement. Risks of a fatal outcome? The risks are negligible when what is at stake is crossing the limit of death itself. Both of my attempts to create a Trio Somata have failed, and so it is necessary to apply a different methodology. He turns his clouded gaze to you. Your thoughts on this matter interest me greatly, my colleague, so let them flow freely. You mentioned 2 attempts. Was there another Trio Somata? Deftly deduced from my deliberate vagueness in my last thesis. Eogunn tries to smile, but winces in pain as the throne's manipulators, obeying the will of the ancient machine spirits, begin to return all the extracted implants to their previous positions. You are correct. The one you and I created was the second attempt. The first was the starting point that whetted my thirst for the mysteries of the machine and the organic body. Most fascinating story. Nuncius's telling of it is most engaging. Nuncius's account remains a mystery to you, safely hidden behind the grin of your interlocutor. His energy flagging. Eogunn sighs. Yes, Nuncius, perhaps the story is indeed too long for our current circumstances. But enough of the lyrical digressions. I have since made significant progress in understanding the wisdom of the Omnissiah, and the failure of both Triosomia procedures will remain merely another setback on the path to comprehension. Elaborate on your thesis, Eogunn. Why is vanquishing death so important to you? Because if a machine as functional and multifaceted as the human organism ceases to exist, all practical meaning of it is destroyed. Eogunn's large hands grip the edges of the implantation throne, their knuckles white, and I have dared to fathom ways of prolonging life precisely to preserve that meaning. The operational limits of organics can be overcome, the annihilation of flesh and mind averted, and function raised to the absolute. Death is what sustains the Imperium. This is true. He glances at the servo skull. But life is what propels it forward. This is an incontrovertible fact. I would like to hear Nuncius's position. Servo skull is silent as always. Yes, dearest colleague, you are certainly correct in asserting that death is the natural and inevitable cessation of life processes. The janitor presses his lips together. But is that not why the Omnissiah granted us the gift of reason and the ability to comprehend existence? So that we, humans, would submit to the natural way of things? You accept death as fact, but I believe such fatalism is incomprehensible as to a servant of the Omnissiah. Do not machines strive for eternity in his image and likeness? I shall readily share my thoughts. Eogunn nods briskly, sparing a look at the lines of data running across the data slate. The mechadendrites, bristling with needles, begin to rapidly stitch together the wounds on his body. You're right. Vanquishing death will be the triumph of reason and the triumph of being, or not by the will of chance, but by the will of humanity. It is extremely gratifying that you share my position. Eogunn's sonorous, vibrating voice rings with enthusiasm. A discharge bursts from the galvanic cell in his abdomen, sending blue sparks scattering in every direction. I hope you will share in this triumph with me, rogue trader. I will apply myself to my research with redoubled zeal. A triumphant binaric hymn pouring out of the implantation throne's Vox transmitters interrupts the Manipulus's musings, signaling the completion of the procedure. Eogunn's anti-grav generator stirs to life once more, and the generator floats smoothly into the air. It appears that the gory experiment he just performed on himself has had no catastrophic consequences. Nuncius rises after him, a silent shadow, and so the experiment is complete, and I deem the outcome wholly satisfactory. Eogunn folds his arms over his sizable stomach, giving you a polite bow. Thank you for your so timely arrival, rogue trader. You have given me food for thought that will that will occupy my unquiet mind for a long time to come, and will surely grant me many revelations in the future. Now I must return to the laboratory and discuss the results in detail with Nuncius.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, we go here. I want that plasteel. Okay. Smuggler's vaults. Alright. Oh shit, what did I just do? Uh-oh. Okay, that'll leave me 5 shy. Hmm. Alright, I'm actually gonna have to cut the stream short today. My stomach is absolutely killing me right now. So, I wanted to stream more. I wanted to do, like, the rest of the stuff pre-Act 3, but it's just not happening. It's not in the cards. So, thank you all for stopping by. Very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit the follow button or subscribe button on YouTube. I will be back tomorrow with more Rogue Trader, and hopefully we can finish up Act 2. Thanks again, have a wonderful day, and catch you soon.